If you were to ask someone what movies have had a big influence on the median, you probably would get such answers as Jaws, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Iron Man, and The Dark Knight, all of which broke countless box office records, shattered expectations of what their genre could be, and spawned countless sequels or franchises. Two of which, Iron Man and The Dark Knight, not only did one single-handedly jumpstart the biggest multimedia franchise, but the other showed that the superhero genre could be Oscar-worthy.
And the Oscar goes to Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight.
But there's one movie that came out that same year, in between Iron Man and The Dark Knight. It didn't spawn a franchise. It landed in third place at its opening weekend box office, and didn't even come close to breaking even. Critics weren't any nicer to it, with the majority calling it an overly long, downright boring story with a paper-thin plot, and it was a mess and failure in nearly every department. That movie is my favorite of all time, Speed Racer. But before we discuss the 2008 film, it's important to know what Speed Racer originally was.
Here comes Speed Racer, he's a demon on wheels.
Speed Racer was originally an anime from the 1960s. More commonly known as the dinosaur years. The show is about the main character Gomufume, or Speed Racer. He's an 18-year-old kid obsessed with racing and being the best driver in the world, all at the while of thwarting attempts of assassins, crime bosses, criminals, terrorists, or cheaters in the automobile races. The vehicle he drives is the Mach 5. It's a souped-up beast of a car able to do special moves such as jump over objects with its jump jacks or blaze through trees with the use of buzzsaws. The car is as recognizable as the protagonist and has been engraved into pop culture, making cameos and even being parodied in such shows as Dexter's Laboratory, Futurama, Foster's Home, and even Ready Player One.
We've been waiting for you, Speed Racer. Huh? We've been waiting patiently for you to come along so that we can get that precious pineapple out of your car.
But what's a main protagonist without some friends? You have Mother Racer, Pops Racer, Speed's girlfriend Trixie, the younger brother of the family Spritle, Sprite's best friend and the family pet chimpanzee Chim Chim,
Monkey!
Speed's best friend and mechanic Sparky, and finally Racer X, who,
unknown to Speed, this is his older brother Rex, who ran away from home years ago.
With all these characters and fun vehicle races, it all adds up for a very entertaining watch. Just be warned, its American dub is not the best. This is where bad dubbing comes from. Since it was one of the first animes to get dubbed, it suffers from a lot of the actors trying to catch up to their characters' lips. So it's either super fast talking with no pauses.
Robot camera to spy on the mammoth car.
Huh?
Hey, better get rid of him. Now listen to me. You've
Wait.
got to stay in the race because
Wait.
it's the only way you'll be
Slow
able
down.
to carry that 50
Slow
million
down.
bucks in gold
Slow
bars.
down. Watching Speed Racer is like waiting for the perfect opportunity to bid.
You bought him.
Or, when they're not talking at supersonic speeds, they're usually interrupting each other constantly.
I want to give it to Pop so he can build a super engine.
I get it, Speed, but they told him at the factory the engine wouldn't work.
I want Pops to build the
I
engine.
know how you
Sparky.
feel, Speed.
None of this sounds very entertaining, but it is, trust me. You have an episode about Speed entering the Pineapple Grand Prix. You have a car with a brain, giant spiders. A man with a crippled arm drives on 2 wheels. Someone builds a copy of the Mach 5, but it flies. They race a vehicle that's over 200 yards long, and it's made of solid gold. This is the greatest show ever conceived.
Oh, this is beautiful.
But alas, the show finally ended in March of 1968. Flash forward 20 years later, and in September of 1992, Warner Brothers finally acquired the rights to make a live-action adaptation.
Now don't be scared.
But I am.
This is no time to act like a girl, Trixie.
Okay.
For nearly 12 years, Warner Brothers tried to get an adaptation off the ground, coming very close sometimes. They had so many different people coming and going from the project, even having at one point Johnny Depp cast as Speed, and J.J. Abrams was working on it at some point. Which, I don't know, Johnny Depp may have been good. I could see that. But thank you, J.J. Abrams didn't work on it.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
But finally, after countless writers and directors would come and go, 2006 rolls around, and the Wachowskis were brought on board. They were coming fresh off of directing the Matrix trilogy and also writing V for Vendetta. Kind of a weird choice to have a directing duo known for their dark, R-rated movies to do a kids film, right? But they were up for the challenge of it, being fellow fans of the show and wanting to reach a broader audience after their last films had all been rated R. With the director set, it was now time to find the cast of Speed Racer. With casting for a live-action interpretation of a character, it can be a challenge. Not only do you have to keep in mind the voice of these characters, but also the body language now and appearance. It can be a tough decision. Go too far with the look of the cartoon and you can alienate a good portion of the audience that has no idea what's happening or who these characters even are. Also, it can look like a bad cosplay. But if they don't have enough of the specific features or look from the original, it's a slap in the face to fans who've been there since the beginning. There was a reason why people were debating when Will Smith was cast as the Genie or when Robert Pattinson was announced to be the new Batman.
He's going over that cliff! Ah!
But I'm not saying that there's never been a good live-action casting choice. I think Emma Watson and Lily James were perfect choices for their Disney princesses. Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, Matthew Lillard as Shaggy, and I'll even put Kenan Thompson as Fat Albert. Personally, I think that the new live-action One Piece and Last Airbender have a good chance. What? If the filmmakers embrace what the original show did. With the cast of Speed Racer though, in my opinion they had it easier than other adaptations. With anime adaptations specifically, there's this challenge that the filmmakers have. In a lot of different shows there can be a lot of detail, whether it be to the world, the characters, or even when those characters express emotion. There can be a lot of spectacle involved in that. Most don't have something to build off of because they're already so full of detail and feel fully fleshed out. Filmmakers have to keep these in mind when casting for their adaptation, all at the while of remaining to what I said earlier about the look and feel of the character. But in my opinion, Speed Racer is just one of those shows where it feels like there's a lot more you can build off of. For instance, let's take the animation. The animation is good, it's just a bit to be desired though. It's simple enough where you can still inject some flavor in there without having to ruin what it was. The characters are the same way. They don't feel fully fleshed out in my opinion. They mostly feel one-dimensional. The casting for this is perfect in my opinion. You have Emile Hirsch as Speed, John Goodman as Pops Racer, Susan Sarandon as Mom Racer, Matthew Fox as Racer X, and Christina Ricci as Trixie. It's really mind-boggling how this cast even happened. These are big names in their own way, whether it be from movies, TV, or even theater. All of these characters not only look and feel like the original anime, but they build off of what was known. And while some characters do act different, it's a good difference. For instance with Speed. In the original show, he would pout or sometimes show no empathy for his family or others. In this one, he's upgraded to be more likable and a much more humbler protagonist.
Oh, you'll have enough money to enter the multi-peak race. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, Speed, we're all so proud of you for what you've done.
If you've watched the show also, you know that the mother isn't really that big of a character. And if I'm being honest, neither is Pop. Mom and Pop were usually there just to tell Spritle to settle down or maybe nag Speed about entering or not entering a race. There may have been a few plots tied to Pop, but other than that, they weren't featured that much. They're upgraded here to be more mentors for Speed, with Pops being more concerned for Speed's safety, because he ran Speed's older brother out of the family and regrets that. The mom also has a really heartwarming scene where she reassures Speed and tells him how proud she is to be his mother, and that every time he drives, even though she's scared to death,
And you just took my breath away.
Matthew Fox's Racer X is awesome in this movie. Every single scene that he's in, he just absolutely owns it. There's something about every single shot that the Wachowskis shoot with him that just oozes mystery and personality behind that mask. Also, Warner Brothers. Finally though, we come to two characters that not a lot of people enjoy in this. Both Spritle and Chim Chim. I love them though in this.
I don't think it's funny.
I will say, it's not for everybody. One second you're getting yelled at by the antagonist of the movie, to a quick cut of Spritle going absolutely nuts.
Out that window, there isn't a single plane or helicopter or K-Harrier that isn't powered by iodine fuel cells. That's what racing is about. It has nothing to do with cars or drivers. All that matters is power and the unassailable might of money.
The reason I like it so much is it's because it's an accurate adaptation from the source. This, in my opinion, truly shows that the Wachowskis wanted to do the original show justice. They never took it too seriously. It's just a kid and a family pet that get into trouble. Nothing more, nothing less. They give the movie personality and more humor, in my opinion. So, yeah, every character here adds something to the story. No one gets left out. Every single one of them has a moment where their actions and choices and motivations forward the story or the main protagonist. It's never where the story forwards the characters. With a movie though, you can have the most amazing cast ever assembled, but that doesn't mean anything if the story in the movie itself isn't good.
It is a very good movie.
When you first start the movie, you're going to notice two unique details about it. First are the transitions. The way this film moves about from scene to scene is absolutely amazing. You either have people's faces whisking by, or the camera whooshes by to give the effect of a one-shot take. This adds to the film in such a great way because it feels like you're never getting ripped away from a scene. The second thing you're going to realize is how flat this movie looks. And I don't mean that in a way of the colors don't pop. I'm talking about dimension. Usually with film, backgrounds are backgrounds. They may be a bit blurred so that the focus is on what's in the foreground. It's because the focus is on the characters and not what's behind them. With Speed Racer though, they wanted to create the feel of what it's like with hand-drawn animation. So for instance with the original anime, it's got this very flat look. Anytime the focus is on something, you still have the backgrounds with the same detail as the characters in the foreground, giving it a very flat 2D look. That's what they wanted to accomplish here. And I think they really did. There's a great scene in this movie where two characters are talking. Not only is their faces transitioning the camera angles, but also the backgrounds is in the full focus as I said before. This looks like it was ripped straight out of an animation still.
As the tank reached the lake, a bridge came out of the water. And before the bridge could be lowered into the water again, I started across. But I found myself in a land of gorillas.
The movie starts with some of the most engaging and entertaining 15 minutes period. Not only do you get this really cool adrenaline pumping race to start, but you're introduced to every single character, who they are, what their motivations are, all the while zipping by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And these races. They're basically Mario Kart 8 tracks mixed with the AcceleRacers, and then dial it up to 10. Don't believe me? Watch this.
Not this time, Sparky.
With the races, a lot of similar complaints I hear about this are that the editing of them is messy and just a bit too fast. And yeah, I do think that there should be a few more longer takes, but when I watch these races, I've never had to question myself, okay, so where's this guy in relativity to this guy? The editing can be quick cuts, but it's never messy enough where you don't know where these characters are in relativity to one another. There's one more thing to classify though in this movie before we move on. The cars. The cars in this movie look incredible, but they're classified in two separate ways. You have your traditional street cars, which is basically the Mach 5 and Racer X's Shooting Star, but you also have the cars that are used in these over-the-top races. Basically, that's what the Mach 6 is designed for. And while I know nothing about film, the one thing I appreciate that they did was they still kept Speed Racer's car simplistic compared to all the others. So in the beginning, when it's introducing you to this world, it can be a little confusing, but you still know who Speed Racer is because his car shines out the brightest than all the other cars. So Speed in the beginning wins a race by coming close to shattering the record set by his previous older brother, Rex Racer, who we learned died in a tragic accident after leaving the family. Speed's father, Pops, has always carried this burden of Rex's death because before he left, they've had an argument. The race, as I said before, is fantastic. But the reason it's so fantastic is near the end, Speed quite literally races the ghost of his brother. It's both sad and poetic. Due to Speed's driving skills now displayed at Thunderhead, many racing teams want to strike an alliance now with the Racer family, who've been operating under their own independent team. But right when the family sits for breakfast...
What the?
A man named Mr. Royalton shows up, who just casually parks his plane? On the front lawn. When he's sitting down for breakfast with them, he compares himself to their company, and how even though he's a big corporate company, he started out like them as an independent. He welcomes them to his company to show him around and introduce him to other drivers who race for him, such as
Two-time Grand Prix winner, 5-time WRL champion, and future Hall of Famer, Jack Cannonball Taylor.
All seems well, till Royalton starts to get a little pushy, wanting a deal right here and now.
You think that maybe there's something that could work out here?
But he calls it off for next week, as Speed and his family are reluctant to sign a deal.
Think about what you saw and heard here, and we'll get together early next week. Deal?
We then cut over to a new character, Teijo, who is a completely new character that is not from the original anime. He's a race car driver that's been forced to lose races recently by the mob boss Cruncher Block, who's actually from the original anime. As Teijo is getting tortured, they get interrupted by one of the coolest introductions to a character ever.
Gotcha.
Racer X.
Are you my brother? Are you my brother, Rex Racer?
In this kind of interpretation of the character, he's now a secret agent, kinda like the comic series. A gunfight ensues with some really cool POV shots. Block realizes he's outmatched, so he throws Teijo out with Racer X saving him. We then cut over to Speed and Trixie enjoying a romantic evening, and believe it or not, this is new. Besides the couple of scenes of her getting jealous, we never do see Speed and Trixie share romantic moments in the original anime. Here, them being a couple is a lot more believable with the chemistry and the screen time they share. Another callback happens is when Spritle and Chim Chim are caught in the trunk of the Mach 5. In the original, this was a thing that happened almost every time Speed was in a race, so it's a really great welcome decision here to show it. So next week happens, and Speed makes the decision regarding Royalton. He tells him that racing is everything to him and his family. It's basically a religion to him. And that while he appreciates the offer, the deal's just not for him and his family. What then happens is one of the best scenes in the entire movie.
You poor naive chump.
I really have to applaud Roger Allam's acting here. He starts out so warm and friendly, but changes with the drop of a pin. Royalton throws everything back at his face. Racing isn't about the love of the sport, it's about money and stocks. Racing has been rigged for the last several years, with people knowing who the winner will be every Grand Prix for the last 50 years. What's so great about this scene, in my opinion, is that you, the audience, is Speed in this situation. You believe the races are legitimate. and that whoever comes in first was the winner fair and square. The only terms of racing we're familiar with are the racers. So not only is this throwing Speed for a loop and leaving him confused, it is for us too. Another race ensues at the Fuji Alexicon. I really enjoyed this race too. There's a really excellent scene in the beginning when Speed's going through loop-de-loops and then it slowly transitions into all these other ways. If I had to make a complaint about it though, it's mostly the lighting. With every single other race, there's at least one thing that masks the cars to give it that extra level of detail, and it still holds up today. This is the only race I would say that doesn't, but it doesn't go as Speed plans, rather what Royalton wants. With the fallout being the Mach 6 destroyed, and the racers sued and are now stuck in allegations against Pop's designs. This leaves Speed lost and confused. He starts to think that what Royalton believes about racing is true, but then his mother reassures him of his actions. That his racing is a form of art, and that it's beautiful, and that she's so impressively proud of him. We then cut over to Inspector Detector and Racer X at the door. And Wachowski's everything in this film is fantastic. But where is Inspector Detector's beard?
Look out!
They then tell the Racer family that Royalton has been fixing races and cheating in them for years. And while Interpol has known about it, there's just not enough evidence to convict him. Teijo, though, says he has a file that can connect Cruncher Block to Royalton, and that can put him behind bars for the rest of his life. The only problem is he wants Speed and Racer X on his team in an upcoming race, the one that killed Speed's brother.
Casa Cristo.
What? Pops obviously refuses, wanting nothing to do with it, but then Speed and Trixie discuss later about the situation, agreeing to go behind everyone's back. With this race, this was more of what the original show was. Back alley, rugged cross-country racing. But because this race is full of cheaters, they have to modify Speed's car, the Mach 5, with some defensive modifications. And while some of them were changed from the original show, in my opinion, it's just not that big of a deal as some others have made it out to be. They at least keep the ones that most people will remember while making the new ones just as cool. And I actually really like this. In the original show, they gave no reason as to why a car would need saw blades, or even the underwater scope. They came in use, but it was never really explained. Here it makes sense because they're installed at a time when he would use them. Plus, if I can highlight, there's the classic costume, and it actually looks really good in live action. During the race though, you learn that Cruncher Block has hired a number of ridiculous drivers to drive for him. Like Vikings? All with the sole purpose of taking out Speed Racer's team. Throughout all the teamwork though that they share in the race, Speed begins to then think that Racer X is secretly his brother Rex. With all this going on though, Spritle has been watching the race, but eventually gets caught by Pop, with both finding out that Speed has entered it. The family comes, obviously angry that they both entered the race without their knowledge. Pops and Speed fight about it, with Speed wanting to finish the race, but Pops keeps saying that he'll just end up like his brother if he continues. Finally though, the mother steps in, and she says they're gonna stay and help out if they are. As night passes and the drivers are all sleeping, Cruncher then sends in ninja assassins to drug the drivers so that they're out of the race. Each driver fights a ninja. Everything about this is hilariously over the top and just plain entertaining. And they're also really well shot and coordinated as well. Plus, you get monkey action. One little detail that they snuck in here from the anime is that Pops was a wrestler before being a car designer. It snuck in just enough for those original fans, but it's also enough for the general audience to not question why Pops can swing a man.
I'm gonna try something.
So Pops disposes of the ninjas, and, you know, usually when that happens, you got a cool catchphrase to deal with it.
Oh my god, was that a ninja?
More like a nanja.
Speed gets word from Teijo's sister that he's beyond capable of driving and got severely drugged. So they have Trixie disguise herself and take his place in the race. Just for the start of it though. I have to say though, this is one of my favorite shots in the movie, with them drifting up the mountain and the camera zipping by. They basically do this so that they can pull an Uno reverse on Cruncher Block and capture him. But right when they do, his goons come in showing their Uno reverse. But Spritle and Chim Chim were secretly in Speed's trunk this whole time, pulling out their reverse card with a distraction. They all start fighting, and hey, look at that. They have speed lines. Usually with anime, that's how they show the force of motion. They have speed lines, so if usually someone is going super fast or throws a punch, this is usually how it looks. And here, it's done so naturally in the live action state. It just starts snowing, and then the snow transitions into those white speed lines, and it's just mwah. It's done so beautifully. So they end up thwarting their attempts and capturing Block. At this time though, the drug has worn off finally on Teijo, where he can finally now race. And at this time, they're at the part of the track where Speed's brother wrecked. This throws Speed off a little bit, causing the opposing drivers to slick the track with oil, causing my favorite scene in the whole film. This is how I know the Wachowskis were fans of the show. Oh, it's just so good. Come on, critics. 41%? 41? So, Speed and the team successfully come in first place. And hey, look at that, it's the original pose. We then find out, because of this win, that the leader, Teijo, received an invitation to go to the Grand Prix next week.
Hold it! Load my car, the Black Tiger, on board the ship first.
Once the racers return home, though, it's not good. They learn that Teijo tricked everybody. Winning the race caused his company to skyrocket in value. This was all planned so that when Royalton went to purchase their company, they would profit even more. Speed, obviously ticked off now, goes to the track to clear his mind and blow off some steam. Racer X shows up to talk to him to see if he's alright, but with Speed still being mad at the situation, throws it right back at him, asking if he's his dead brother Rex, causing Speed to see it's not Rex.
You're not Rex.
Confused and crushed, Speed gets reassured by Racer X though, and helps him to realize that racing shouldn't change who he is, but to figure out his own driving and the reason for it. Speed returns home to plan on leaving, but Pop sits his son down this time, unlike with Rex. He tells his son how proud he is of him, that he loves him, and that he was wrong about Casa Cristo. They talk a little more, saying that even if Speed walks out the door will always be open for him. While talking though, they get interrupted by Teijo's sister who's at the door. She apologizes for her brother's actions, and then gives him Teijo's rejected invitation to the Grand Prix. The only problem with this is they don't have a car. Remember, the Mach 6 was wrecked, and the Mach 5 really isn't made for the track races. So the whole family comes together and builds a new and improved Mach 6, with Royalton at the same time buying up most of the stocks in Teijo's company. Speed then enters the Grand Prix in one of the most exciting and colorful finales to a movie ever put to screen. It's so exciting, everyone is thrown off when he enters, mostly because he's the wild card in his race. He's not paid off to lose or come in a specific place. Remember this guy? Well, this guy was the one that's stationed to win this thing. But because of Speed's last-minute entrance in the race, not only does Royalton have to put $1 million bounty on Speed's head, but he also installs a cheating device in Royalton's car as a precaution called a spear hook. So the race begins, but because of the bounty, nearly every single car on the track is after Speed Racer, with some really cool destruction being caused. Eventually though, he catches up to Cannonball, and is close to even taking him out, till Cannonball uses the spear hook. So as it looks as Speed's gonna be stuck for the rest of the race, some cameras actually are coming up. So Speed uses his jump jacks to expose the cheating device, causing Cannonball to crash and exposing Royalton as the cheater that he is. The only problem with this is that now the Mach 6 is out of commission.
No, don't do this!
And right when you think the excitement is lowered, the Wachowskis jump-started. With one of the coolest drift shots ever. Everything about the final 5 minutes of this is so breathtakingly colorful. Everything comes tied together in a neat little bow, as Speed reflects on every person that has helped or motivated him to this moment. It's simply breathtaking. So Speed wins, obviously, blowing everybody out of the water. He gets smoochies from Trixie, Chim Chim gets a PhD, Tejo testifies against Royalton, putting him behind bars. But with that, it's not all good endings. With Racer X, yes, it turns out he is Speed's long-dead brother. The only thing is, in this, he got plastic surgery. But instead of going to his family and celebrating revealing to be his brother, he chooses to live with the mistake he made and keep them from harm's way. As the credits roll nearly every time, I always have the dumbest smile on my face. The Wachowskis had accomplished something that many other directors and studios have tried to do with live-action adaptations. They made the adaptation better than the source material. The original show, it'll always be special. But Speed Racer is the movie that the show wishes it was. It takes everything from the original, fleshes it out in every aspect, and makes it perfect. And I mean, I could talk more about Easter eggs. I mean, you have Red Sox, GRX's, Snake Oiler. Prince Kabbalah was in this. You have Trixie's helicopter, the Mammoth car. The Mach 4 basically being the car that Rex wrecked in the original. The original voice actors are actually in this as cameos. I mean, there's just so much to unpack here. The soundtrack is actually really amazing. There's a reason I have the limited edition vinyl of it. But if you're still here, that probably means you're asking yourself, why would this fail? There are constant movies that get horrible reviews, but can make over $500 million at the box office. There's not really a singular reason, but my hypothesis is this. Let's take some random movie choices. Let's say Iron Man, Prince Caspian, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Panda, Incredible Hulk, The Dark Knight, Madagascar, Rambo, Twilight, Cloverfield, James Bond, Here's a Taken, Bolt, Hancock. Seems random, right? Nope. These all released the same year. And guess what? Poor little Speed Racer was squashed right between Iron Man, Prince Caspian, and Crystal Skull. And those three went on to be in the top 10 grossing of that year. It didn't have a chance. It got lost to all the other big movies. It just kind of came and went. I would have put it more at a time for the fall or winter release. At that time, all the heavy hitters were out of the way. The only big movie that released was Benjamin Button. They could have snagged that opportunity of time when none of the other studios had something. But maybe you're saying this film wasn't marketed because the other films made such a killing. But that would be ridiculous. My most hyped movies for that year was Iron Man, Speed Racer, and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And to be honest, the only movie I really remember being advertised was this one. There was McDonald's toy tie-ins, Legos, wall stickers, notepads, books, Hot Wheels, video games, and I ate it all up. I collected nearly everything for this movie. You name it, I had it. While I used to have every one of the Hot Wheels, I can't find the majority of mine now, but this is what remains. And these were pretty fun. You could usually get like a track with them or something. I remember you would get plastic jump jacks or chainsaws with them, and you could stick them under the car. But these have a really good build quality in my opinion. I mean, for $2, I mean, they look pretty nice. I actually still have my copies of the Wii and the DS game. The only thing is, I bought the DS one secondhand, so I have Ethan to thank for this. And I'll let you in on a secret. They're not bad. They're sort of a mix between F-Zero and a fighting game. It's very underrated and overlooked in my opinion. If you're a big fan of the movie, give them a playthrough. And you know what? I wouldn't mind a modern remake or port of it. The only thing they would have to add is the online multiplayer. But if I can speak frankly, I'm glad this movie is now getting the attention it deserves. Calling this film underrated isn't even close to the full truth. It deserves another chance entirely. I'm hoping that Warner Bros. Releases a 4K edition soon with how much traction that the film has been gaining. I mean, Warner Bros., if you can do a 4K edition of Batman and Robin, you can do Speed Racer. But don't you dare make a sequel. I really don't want there to be another Pacific Rim Uprising situation again.
They fly now?
But seriously, if you haven't seen this movie, go watch it. I can't recommend it enough. Man, I've been talking about Speed Racer for a while now. What time is it? That's interesting. It's a full moon out tonight.
Full moon? This can only mean...
Uh-oh.
Look at that thing. Nature is amazing.
Man, I've been talking about Speed Racer for a while now. What time is it? That's interesting. It's a full moon out tonight.
Full moon? This can only mean...
Uh-oh. That's better. Giant robots. Everybody loves them.
There's always been something about them that always seems so impossible to achieve, yet it seems we're already there, with some really impressive technology to come out of the last century.
I mean, look at Japan! They're either prepping for World War III or a Kaiju invasion.
Okay, good to know that the only thing protecting humanity from a kaiju invasion is a sloth. A sloth, ladies and gentlemen!
In this tree, there is one of the most extraordinary plant predators. Boo!
You have your obvious robots that everybody knows, your Mecha G, Mechazord, Robotech, Gundam, Optimus Prime, and Giant Vin Diesel. But what about one that roars?
That's right, everybody. We're talking about Voltron.
The story of 5 powerful robot lions that come together to form the defender of the universe himself and protect it from giant roe beasts. This is something I've always enjoyed. Robots, kaiju, purple aliens. Watching this show to me as a kid who liked Japanese monster films was like giving a lunatic a bazooka and saying go crazy.
Everyone's heard of Voltron at some point. I would hope. The formation part is way too iconic.
Gotta hurry. Form Voltron. Activate interlocks. Dinotherms connected. Infracells on. Mega thrusters are go.
As a kid, you have no idea what any of those words mean. I still don't, but I'm ready for it.
Voltron!
This show is awesome though. It's one of those classic 80s anime that's more well known for the American version than the Japanese one. Beast King Go Lion just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Basically the premise is the same, with the only massive difference being in that the violence and the profanity is more prominent in the Japanese one. Also, because of the popularity of Voltron, it got more episodes than Beast King Go Lion. While I can't find a whole lot of information on the background of the show, Go Lion was originally designed by a toy manufacturer, Katsushi Murakami in 1981, taking inspirations mostly from Daltanius. Some of the early concept art for the robot actually had the black, blue, and yellow lions all have manes, but they were taken out to give the lions a more younger look. They also gave it more of a medieval flair with the crosses and the sword that they added later on. Personally, I'm really glad that they went with what we have today. The original concept just looks a bit too goofy. What I've always loved about this show though is the characters. You got Keith, Lance, Hunk, Pidge, Sven, and the princess, all piloting their respective lion. The only thing is they never match with their uniforms. Think Keith pilots the red lion? Wrong. He's the black lion. Think Sven pilots the black lion? No, he's the blue lion. Till the princess takes over his lion and then she's wearing pink! Ah! But other than that, they all have their traits and specific quirks that make them who they are. My favorite has always been Pidge and Hunk. There's a lot of humor that the show has to offer with them. It's simple, but it still gets a laugh out of me.
We could use some support.
Yeah, like maybe a delicious home-cooked meal?
When it comes to the animation, it's pretty superb. It has this grainy, classic Star Wars look to it, where in some shots we get that level of detail with how scratched and worn the lions are. One thing that's a pretty cool fact about the American version is that they removed all Japanese cultural indicators from the animation. Word balloons to anime-like expressions were all removed. They did this because they thought that Voltron would be more well received if children thought it was of American origin. And I would say they did a pretty good job with hiding that fact. It wasn't until years later that I found out it was actually a Japanese show originally. When you watch Voltron, it feels American from the start. It has this He-Man-like feel to it that I just can't describe. One of my favorite things from the show is actually the music, both having some of my favorite intros to a cartoon. The original Japanese theme has this chanting Go Get 'em wondrous theme. While the American version takes on a more operatic narrative with a rockathon build-up in the middle of it.
From days of long ago, from uncharted regions of the universe, comes a legend. The legend of Voltron, defender of the universe. A mighty robot, loved by good, feared by evil.
Speaking about the intros, the voice casting with this is pretty surprising, with some really famous voices actually.
From days of long ago.
Wait. Is that who I think it is?
My name is Optimus Prime.
The actor who actually played Hunk and Prince Lotor, believe it or not, was the original Scrappy Doo.
Whoa, easy there, Scooby.
My name is Scrappy, and I've been here longer than all of you.
King Zarkon was Ultra Magnus and Astro Train in the original Transformers show. The guy who was Keith and Pidge was not only the announcer from Garfield and Friends, but was also Han Solo in the majority of the old LucasArts games. Even though there's some big voice actors here, like I said with my Speed Racer retrospective, a lot of these early dubs suffered from some wonky moments. It's not as bad as Speed Racer, but one of the more obvious things that they did to promote the show was their toy lineup. They had these Matchbox metal lions that would actually form Voltron if you had them all. This is really cool. The only downside to this is that they were expensive. My father always said that he could never afford them as a kid, so we always collected Thundercats.
Thundercats! Ho!
But he said that the kids were lucky enough to have them would always group up together and form them. It's a lot like the show, how where everyone has their own lion, and then they group up. He also said there was always that one kid who would have every single lion, but wouldn't share them. Me personally now, I have the complete set of the Lion Force now, fully refurbished by myself. I also have the complete Vehicle Force set as well. These, in my opinion, are really cool. The only bad downside to them is that they're all plastic. This is the deluxe set, yes, but compared to the metal Matchbox Lions, this feels like a lot cheaper. I do plan on refurbishing these though and taking the yellow out of the plastic. When it comes to the DVDs specifically, this is my collection. I have the 2004 to 2005 DVD collection. They're really noteworthy for their durability. These cases are awesome metal tins. They really encapsulate the whole feel of the metal robot lion. It's just really, really cool. And I wish more TV show collections would do this and have them more of a collector's box like this. This is my Vehicle Force set. While I absolutely adore the Lion Force sets, these sadly feel a bit more cheaper because they're not made from the same metal material. They're just kind of this traditional cardboard box. They're still pretty nice, but compared to the metal lion tins, it just feels more cheap. But remember how I said that this got more episodes than its Japanese counterpart? Well, originally Voltron was supposed to be a trilogy of cartoons, with a different version of Voltron protecting their quadrant of the universe. Lion Force was the defender of the far universe, Vehicle Force was the defender of the near universe, and the unseen third Gladiator Voltron was the defender of the middle universe. The coolest thing about this is that the Lion Force we have now happened almost completely by accident. Originally what occurred was a deal was struck for 3 series, Daltanius, Albagas, and Armored Fleet Diagur 15. There's 2 stories of what happened. One is that the Japanese company accidentally sent an episode of Go Lion with all of the rest, and the other is that the company sent Go Lion instead of Daltanius. This was a mix-up when the American company just asked for, quote, the one with the lions. When the American localization saw Go Lion, they viewed that one as the one with the most promise and decided to translate that first instead. Originally how Voltron aired was pretty jarring. Like I said, this was a trilogy of 3 totally different cartoons. Once the team had translated all the original Beast King episodes, the ones that became the Lion Force, they went into translating the next one, Armored Fleet, which became the Vehicle Force Voltron. The transition from one show to the next is almost non-existent. There wasn't something to ease the fans into a completely different robot with different characters. When the Vehicle Force series aired, children were confused because of that. One minute there was the lions and now it's vehicles. The show did so bad that once they were done with the Vehicle Force, they scrapped the plans to translate the next Japanese cartoon Albagas and joined forces with Toei Animation to produce original American Lion Force episodes to continue the series. I'm actually kind of sad that this never came about in its fullest form, because I actually think this is really cool. Not one robot would be called Voltron, but instead a lineup of robots would be known as Voltron. Kinda like Yoshi. You have the main character Yoshi, but you still have many other colors with them. They're still called as a whole Yoshi. That's what's happening here. As I get older though, I have found it hard to start and continue a viewing of the series. While there's a lot of storylines that do continue, most episodes feel the same, with Hagar just making a new road beast, boom, planetary terrorism. Ending with Voltron cutting it in half. Still entertaining, but some episodes do tend to blend together a bit. When it comes to the new reboots, I'm not really going to get into them, personally because I haven't watched Third Dimension or Force. One has the cutscenes of Critical Depth on the PlayStation 1, and the other is Voltron Force. The only one I think that got kind of close was Legendary Defender. It introduced some cool ideas that I loved, like how Hagar was originally Zarkon's love interest, and how Zarkon was a pilot at one time. The transformation is pretty cool too, I'd have to admit. But it did really crash and burn for me after an episode where they go to a mall. It just didn't hook me as much as it did other people. Personally, I think that they should stop trying to reboot the Lion Force so much. I understand it's popular, but why not go after the Vehicle Force instead? We've seen plenty of reboots and retellings of the Lion Force. Why not do a Legendary Defender style reboot, but with the Vehicle Force? That being said though, the live action film that's been in rough development for years is pretty intriguing. I would be excited if it actually started to gain some traction again. But I really think that this would be one of the hardest films to make. Voltron is one of those properties, in my opinion, that just doesn't get the recognition others get.
The very first Power Rangers.
It's got nothing to do with Power Rangers. This was before Power Rangers. This is Power Rangers' daddy, all right? This Power Rangers stole it from Voltron. We gotta educate the youth, man.
I feel the only way to really do this film justice is with a pretty big budget, and I just don't think a film studio would want to take that chance. And if they did, it would probably resemble more of a Transformers movie. But that would be terrible to go the whole Transformers route. We've seen it done where they take less complicated characters and make them super complicated. They would probably do the same thing with the lions and have them super complicated, or have the story take place in modern day on Earth. For me, my dream live action movie would want them to be exactly like in the show. Just very simple, square robots and way in the future. The casting I have thought about.
You could have some big names like maybe for Zarkon or Koran, but mostly I would want no names that can look or act like the original show's characters. But to really see how this might turn out, I think we really have to wait for Netflix's Masters of the Universe movie to really get a feel for what a Voltron movie could actually be. But with that being said, this is just a show that I have a lot of nostalgia for and respect for. I might not like it as much as I did back in the day, but I still have respect for it. And I highly recommend that if anybody sees a DVD set or just anything of Voltron, pick it up. I'm sure it'll be worth your time.
5 minutes later.
I've done it! Well, all I have to do now is just display it with the rest. All good. Wait a minute. That's not supposed to be there. Uh-oh. Space is both a terrifying and intriguing subject. Space can mean numerous possibilities for anyone. Space can also represent loneliness and awe, and I don't think any other game has achieved this better than Super Mario Galaxy. Super Mario Galaxy is just one of those games where I feel like everybody forgets about it once it comes out after a while. I don't think it gets the recognition it deserves nowadays. Well, I mean, yes, it's true that the game is still talked about to a certain degree, and it sold very well when it came out. I just feel like everybody has forgotten how important this was to the Mario franchise. But in order to understand Galaxy's impact, we must go back. All the way back. Are you with me? The year is 1996, and there's only one thing on kids' minds. Every kid that year wished for the same thing, a Nintendo 64 to play the new hit game, Super Mario 64. Before this, Mario was mostly dedicated to a two-dimensional side-scroller, meaning you start left and you go right. But now you weren't hindered to that, you could freely explore wherever you wanted. People were flat out amazed at this technology. Gamers could not believe that you could now move in a 360-degree environment.
This will also give you 60-degree control, which you can see is quite fun.
The difference from going 2D to 3D was like when a lot of phones started to go touchscreen based. The difference was insane. The only problem with this was... what on earth happened here? They played GoldenEye with this. This is when Grandma stopped playing video games. Not saying the N64 controller is bad. I mean, this gives us the power of the Z-axis. It's just bad in a different way. You see, games were getting more complex, more complicated. There was a need for more memory, more stories, and yes, more buttons. But did they really have to design this around E.T.'s hand? I mean, with Nintendo, most things on a video game controller can be traced back to a Nintendo remote. When it comes to the 4 face buttons, the shoulders, L and R buttons, the rumble vibrations, the D-pad. This one pioneered both the rumble features as well as the control stick. I mean, after this, PlayStation even revised their PS1 controller to have sticks. But I'm sorry for all you N64 lovers, but this controller just feels bad. Not terrible, but bad. Anyway, I grasp this thing, my brain just says it's wrong! The N64 also had problems technically compared to its competitor, the PlayStation. While load times are almost non-existent because of the cartridges, memory was a huge issue. For example, Final Fantasy VII was released on the PlayStation on 3 discs. If the game was released on the Nintendo 64, it would have been spread out over 30 cartridges.
That's how big of a difference there was. Even Satoru Iwata, Nintendo's former president of Japan, said this about the N64 when working on it.
Nintendo 64 had a number of restrictions, but it truly was a full-blown 3D machine. Nonetheless, the limits it had were such that, unless you used it right, it wouldn't run well. With Nintendo 64, the size of textures was severely limited. If you didn't conceive something clever when making the data, the processing speed would drop dramatically.
Nintendo sales of the N64 finally ceased in 2004, with a total of 32 million units sold worldwide. While not terrible numbers, but compared to Nintendo's previous console sales and their competitor the PlayStation, it was a massive disappointment, both worldwide and specifically in Japan. So with Nintendo's next console, would they dominate the market once again? Would Nintendo learn from their mistakes and create an amazing console once again? Well, let's see. When people think of Nintendo now, a lot of people point to some of their more recent successes like the Switch or the DS, and say that they've always had the underpowered consoles. And to that I feel like I need to smash one of their older consoles in their face. The Wii U stinks. Nintendo has always had the more powerful home console. That just changed when they released the Wii. They would always pound the competition with their library of games and hardware. Before the NES, this is what games looked like. Now they look like this. Super Nintendo was pumping out 3D graphics with its Super FX chip. Nintendo 64 had a big O N64 slapped right on the front of it. And GameCube was no different. It was on par with the original Xbox, blasting past the PlayStation 2 as in terms of power. But like with the N64... The GameCube is one of my favorite consoles, period. Everything from the design to it, to the controller, to the games, Nintendo was on fire this generation. But these discs, man. Sure, they're cute, but like with the previous console, these discs couldn't hold any storage. Compared to an Xbox or a PlayStation 2 DVD, GameCube discs could only hold about 1.5 gigabytes of space, while a PlayStation 2 or Xbox disc could hold up to about 4.5 gigabytes. That's a big difference. So while games that were on other consoles could easily run on a GameCube, some decided to skip it because of these discs. But that being said, Nintendo's own first-party titles, they knocked it out of the park. So many great games were on this console, from Wario World, Metroid Prime, Star Fox Assault, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and Zelda. And one of the best games on that console was their flagship Mario title, Super Mario Sunshine. Despite what many people say about Super Mario Sunshine nowadays, it's one of my favorites. Everything in this game, from the cool hub world to all of its secrets to how precise the controls are. Super Mario Sunshine is lightning in a bottle, just like Super Mario 64. But there are issues.
Junior, I've got something difficult to tell you about Princess Peach.
Man, Jack Black sure does have some big shoes to fill. But that being said, the good outweighs the bad in my opinion. When the game originally came out, people were praising it. Every aspect of this game people were loving. But as the years go on, I feel like people view it now as more of the black sheep of the Mario franchise. I honestly have no idea why, but Super Mario Sunshine would go on to become the third best-selling GameCube game. The only problem in this is that the GameCube was way behind the competition. I mean, it sold okay, but at the time, this was Nintendo's least-selling home console, even less than an N64. Don Payne, who was a marketing director for Nintendo, had this to say regarding the GameCube's failure to compete with the Xbox and the PlayStation.
With hindsight, I don't think we should have been trying to go after the same audience. Going head-to-head against competitors who had squarely positioned 16 to 35-year-old products, and who ours maybe didn't chime in as much with.
Don Payne wasn't the only one who had noticed the lack in sales either. Satoru Iwata took notice, and he decided to do the unthinkable. With Satoru Iwata noticing declining sales in their consoles,
Even though they were more powerful and right behind the competition, they decided that their next console shouldn't be focused on graphical capabilities, but instead follow their handheld route, use weaker hardware, and push that to the limit with a great library of games. Nintendo wasn't taking any chances with their next console. It was basically do or die. Their next console, announced as codenamed the Revolution, they said it truly would revolutionize the video game industry, basically being an all-in-one Nintendo system. In an interview with IGN Cube, Perrin Kaplan, who is the former president of marketing and corporate affairs for Nintendo of America, had this to say.
In the past, Nintendo has played the reaction game to Microsoft and Sony's first moves. Will Nintendo become the move maker?
That's so interesting because that's your perception. And if you talk to Nintendo about the Nintendo philosophy, we've always done things uniquely. While you might say that we're spending time looking at what our competitors are doing, honestly, we're looking at what we're doing with ourselves.
Nintendo was really taking no chances with this console. While their handheld route was doing perfectly fine at this period, remember, their consoles haven't been selling well for the last couple years now. And then the shotgun wedding happened. Nintendo unveiled the Wii like a beautiful bride on November 19, 2006, and said, buy our console or else. And people just couldn't have enough.
All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and when oh, jeez.
The build-up for the Wii was something I will never forget. My dad made me wait a good 3 years after it was released. At the time, I was a PC and PlayStation 1 player. I really didn't care about video games at the time. I remember a few generic Nintendo memories though, like I knew Mario. I remember Mario Kart would be played at get-togethers. My dad had a really old NES emulator on a computer called Nessie, and I believe that had the Super Mario Bros. 3 fish on it. But other than that, I wasn't a big video game player. Mind you, I'm probably at the age of 6, but all of a sudden one of my friends got one. This was also at the time when they were almost impossible to find, so none of the kids could touch it. It was considered for adults only at the time, but I remember watching all the adults playing Wii Sports and I wanted in on that. It looked so much fun. So while the wait was frustrating, mostly because up to that point my friends would keep getting them, but my dad was smart. By the time we got a Wii, there was so many games coming out. I remember the ones that he bought me were 3 of them. Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, Godzilla Unleashed, and Speed Racer the video game. Those were 3 great games to start out with. And to make matters even better, all the games that had been out were super cheap actually now. So nearly every week we had a new game to play. One week it'd be us pre-ordering a new one at GameStop, or another one we'd go home with Lego Batman. Until one week I remember very specifically, my dad brought home Mario Kart and Super Mario Galaxy. I had a friend over at the time and we were both familiar with Mario Kart, so that's what we chose to play. Plus, Dad said to wait to play Galaxy with him. A little side note is that I would always watch my dad play video games. I enjoyed it just as much as playing. And while there's other game memories with that, the first playthrough of Galaxy I remember was mostly my dad and me just watching it. We had no idea what awaited us. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Super Mario Galaxy took everything from Sunshine and 64 but simplified it by trimming the fat of those games. The game starts with a very simplistic intro, and a gorgeous soundtrack to boot. Mario gets invited to go watch the Starbit Festival with Princess Peach, but Bowser kidnaps her. But for the first time, this isn't played for laughs, in my opinion. It's played with a lot of oomph behind it. It's very cinematic and feels like it would be suited for a movie theater. And then right after that, the game just throws everything at you viciously. There's these planets with black holes in the centers, giant Goombas, shockwave spinjitzus, little stars that launch you, panel switches, star chips, and when you collect all 5 of them... Oh, this game is so good! Mario Galaxy is a game that is constantly changing. When you get used to one mechanic, the next level adds something to that one that you just learned. The ideas and the level design in Galaxy are always refreshing. Any other game would be a confusing mess with this many ideas thrown at the player, but Galaxy takes the baton and runs with it. There's so many great levels from Beach Bowl, Battle Rock, Toy Time, Freeze Flame, Deep Dark, each one having its own theme with accompanying music. The best way I like to describe Galaxy is it's a lonely game. Most of the background being enveloped in darkness as you guide Mario through these unexplored territories of the universe. Defeating an enemy has never felt more important. While Galaxy's hub world is not much compared to 64 and Sunshine, one of the coolest features about this game is the more stars that you bring back, the more colorful and full of life the ship becomes, with the music starting off like a lonely small theme. To a booming orchestral sweep. Galaxy succeeds with every small to big moment the game offers for you. This is why this game is so important to me. Super Mario Galaxy will always remain special to me, not just because of how good of a game it is, but the memories that came with it. The best way to play this game, in my opinion, is alone and secluded, when it's dark outside and it's nighttime, with nothing but the light of the TV illuminating your face. Disney, it takes a lot for me to get mad at a movie. I mean a lot. I usually can't call a film complete trash, mostly because I can find something genuinely enjoyable, or I can see what the director was trying to go for and I can usually brush it off. But this movie was different. Once this movie's credits were playing, I felt something I hadn't felt since The Last Jedi. Pure, confused anger. Just to have a little history, the original Pinocchio is my favorite Golden Age Disney animated film. It's quite amazing how much of a jump in quality there is from Disney's first animated movie to its second. Everything from the animation, the character designs, and the storytelling in general is better. The only thing is, Snow White had better music. So when Disney announced a live-action remake, I was actually really intrigued. But later on, once Robert Zemeckis hopped in the director's chair, my inner Spock started to talk.
Please, Spock, do me a favor, and don't say it's fascinating. No. But it is interesting.
Yeah, while Robert Zemeckis is a great director, the past few movies he's done is just okay, or they have not been great. I mean, yeah, he's Robert Zemeckis, Back to the Future, Castaway, Roger Rabbit, Forrest Gump. But has anyone really watched his recent movies? I mean, it feels like he's kind of fell away. The Robert that did all of these movies is not the one that has done these. So to say that I had high hopes even going into this movie would be ridiculous. Even when Tom Hanks joined in on the cast, it felt like a marketing tactic. Not, oh, Tom Hanks is the perfect Geppetto. Even Joseph Gordon as Jiminy felt off. At the time, however. And you know that this was meant for a theatrical release, but they just dumped it on Disney Plus for whatever reason. Wonder why? So why is this movie bad to me? Well, before that, let's get into the good, because there are actually things that I genuinely enjoyed. First off, Joseph Gordon's Jiminy Cricket. It's perfect. I thought they had actually recast him at some point in the movie, because it genuinely sounds nothing like him.
He's asleep. Wake up! My friend's in there! Open up, you big blubbermouth!
So, good job with that. Another thing is the graphics. The CGI in this movie is fantastic. The shadows, the shading, and the overall CGI is excellently done. I mean, it did have over a $200 million budget, so yeah. What else? Oh, Honest John stole the whole movie. Seriously, Keegan-Michael Key gave it his all. Merely every other performance in this movie is boring. But Keegan? He did a superb job. And actually, his rendition of An Actor's Life for me, I actually like it better than the original. I know, but I'm a sucker for big band song remakes, and with a more upbeat vibe, I genuinely enjoyed this version of the song better.
Hi diddly-dee, an actor's life for me.
Hi diddly-dee, an actor's life for me.
And this actually gets me excited with what he's got up his sleeve for Toad. But other than that, yeah, no, this movie doesn't know what it wants to be. I felt more and more confused and baffled at the decisions of this movie as it went on. Let's start with Tom Hanks' Geppetto. This is dumb. His performance is terrible on top of it. And anytime he yells, it just sounds like Woody.
You did all that in one day? You did all that in one day? Well done!
I don't know how a real person can turn in a more wooden performance than the actual wooden boy. Same goes for the rest of the people. Stromboli, he's sometimes mean, but he's nice at the same time, and it's not really like the switcheroo that they do in the original movie. I mean, he goes from being nice to mean to nice, and it just makes no sense in this movie. The Blue Fairy is in it for literally 2 seconds at the beginning and is never seen again. Lampwick, I think that's the best that this character can be, but the actor that portrayed him, his accent is just terrible in this.
We're on the corner. See, it got collected.
What I didn't realize either was actually Luke Evans is in this movie as the coachman. Luke Evans. Gaston. Yeah, he was bad in this movie too, with a boring performance and a cringe song to boot. There's this new character that sorta takes the spot of the Blue Fairy also, but it's mostly forgettable in my opinion and boring. All of these actors are actors that have done better jobs in other movies. Watch their better movies instead of this. With the CG characters, like I said, it's good here. The graphics are very good. But the thing that holds them back for me are the designs. To start with Monstro. This time, instead of a whale like in the original, it's a sea monster like in the original storybook. But it just felt off to me, like it should have been a whale like in the original cartoon. I don't know how to really describe my feelings on that, to be honest. Jiminy mostly looks like himself from the cartoon. Just a few more details. It's not entirely bad. But then we come to Pinocchio himself. I don't like this. While I guess it's kinda cool that they kept the original cartoony design, I just feel like it doesn't fit in this world to me. I think they should have changed it up a bit more and made it feel like he fit in the world more. His eyes are really strange too to me. Since it's a wooden boy and they're painted on, it's got this weird animated look to him. I don't know how to describe it, but it just looks creepy in a live action environment. It doesn't look cute. Especially when they zoom in on the face. It just felt off to me and it doesn't really work. But let's talk about Pinocchio's character in this then, cause nothing works here. In the original, Pinocchio is just like any regular naive boy. When Honest John convinces Pinocchio to do acting, he pays no attention to Jiminy later when he objects. In this one, Pinocchio is more of a victim of circumstance. His trials occur in this movie mostly for the sake of plot. It's never where Pinocchio is being naughty or his trial occurs because of his naughtiness. So he just genuinely listens to whoever comes along. Honest John in this one convinces Pinocchio to take up acting, but then Jiminy comes along and he says basically, now, go to school, and Pinocchio is just like, okay. They never once give Pinocchio a chance to make his own decisions or be a bad boy. So for instance, when it came to also with Pleasure Island, instead of Pinocchio wanting to go there himself, and once he's actually there participating in all the shenanigans of, smoking and drinking and being bad.
Being bad's a lot of fun, ain't it?
In the remake, he gets captured by chance and is almost forced into going, mostly just being scared of the coachman. Once actually at Pleasure Island, Pinocchio is disgusted at all the things that the kids are doing and almost throws up at one point. It's almost like he's being held hostage.
And I understand replacing beer with root beer and cigars with candy. I understand that completely. That's not my complaint. But not having Pinocchio participate in any of the actions and just sort of sipping on the root beer in the corner, it makes the donkey transformation useless. There's a line in the original Pinocchio that the coachman says,
"Give a bad boy enough rope and he'll soon make a jackass of himself."
So that begs the question in the remake, if Pinocchio is not participating in Pleasure Island, why does he even get turned into a donkey?
Are you saying I'm stupid?
Yes! It makes no sense in the remake. Like I said before, instead of Pinocchio's actions leading to his own consequences, Pinocchio is the victim of circumstance and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's no lessons that he can learn here, which is the core of the original story. This movie just missed the mark completely with that. Zemeckis took aim and shot in the opposite direction of the target.
I've got it. Chris Pine.
What's the joke?
The other thing that really irked me was when they made Pinocchio into a superhero almost. Now I love Marvel movies, but this should not have come anywhere close. Pinocchio should not have powers like he does in this movie. Throughout it, there's these little, like, blue shimmers almost. Sometimes he'll be glowing blue like in the belly of the whale, and even when he's in the belly of the whale, he does a Black Widow style landing. I'm not kidding. And at the end of the movie, instead of Pinocchio sort of dying and the Blue Fairy's promise revives him and makes him real like in the original, in this one, Geppetto dies, and... I kid you not, Pinocchio possesses magic tears. Magic tears that resuscitates Geppetto. You can't make up writing this bad. And to top it off, they don't even give us a definitive ending. After Geppetto gets revived, they just kind of hug and walk off into the sunset. Jiminy Cricket then comes in, he's like, well, that's it. And Pinocchio, you know, he maybe became a real boy, sorta. I don't know. Are you kidding me? How? How do you mess up an ending that bad? I'm usually up for a Disney remake. I really enjoy a good majority of them. Some of them have been bad, I will agree. But the others, I've really enjoyed the new songs or ideas that they add. But this one, it makes me scared for what's next. I'm really scared now for The Little Mermaid and Lilo and Stitch. I really do hope that Disney sees the backlash with this movie and they try better. Even a complete shot-for-shot remake would have been better than this. I don't know. Top Gun Maverick was better. Go watch that. Ah, I see you've caught me in my natural habitat. It seems like we're quite spoiled nowadays with how many monster films are coming and going out of the theaters. But remember when there was a time when monster films just weren't releasing that often? No? Let's have some history. The year is 2004, and Toho, the company who created Godzilla, released their final Godzilla movie. Godzilla Final Wars, in what was the culmination of his 50th anniversary. And man, it was a worthy celebration. But sadly, it was the last time we saw the Big G for almost 10 years. Of course, until in 2014, Godzilla made his grand return in the second American reboot. But those 10 years were long, with zero to almost none giant monster films, with only hints and rumors of Godzilla's eventual return. But in 2013, that all changed, with, in my opinion, the best film of that year. Pacific Rim is one of those rare films that takes everything from its movie genre and boosts it to 11. This movie is absolutely a love letter to patient fans of Godzilla, Gamera, Ultraman, and giant mech shows like Robotech or Voltron. Just in case you've never heard or seen this film, you wouldn't be blamed as it underperformed in American markets, and it did decent in total, but it wasn't the smash hit that you'd think it was. The film is focused on giant mechs called Jaegers, as humanity now has to come together to build them with the goal of stopping the war with the Kaiju. This movie really does put you in the front seat of the action with its shots. Every single one feels like it was taken from a human perspective, whether it be from a boat, building, or helicopter. This adds to the size and the scope of these Jaegers and Kaiju, that a year later, it's actually what the 2014 Godzilla reboot would copy. And the movement of these things. Del Toro really nailed this in his film. From every punch to every step, you feel the weight of these giant creatures and mechs. From them moving to charging up a punch, and that impact. This movie is close to being 10 years old, and the CGI is still insane. Hello?
It is 10 years old, you genius. Why don't you do some research once in a while?
One thing in my opinion that keeps the movie looking this good is the creature designs. They never went overboard when it came to their texture or their color. With every fight as well, there's something that masks the monsters and the Jaegers that gives them that extra level of detail. For instance, with the first fight, they're in the water with a heavy downpour, with rain bouncing off and running down the Jaeger's plates. The next fight is a mixture of some of that, with some of it taking place in the water and the shipyard, to it culminating in a neon-lit Hong Kong city with colors and building debris falling on the creatures. And the design of these creatures. While Del Toro said that he didn't want to be influenced or copy designs that would remind you of Godzilla or Gamera, I get the feeling that that first kaiju looks very familiar. But other than that, they're all pretty unique, with each having its own ability or strength that I've never seen in another kaiju movie. That being said though, while the kaiju are cool, this is the first monster film that makes me root for the giant mechs. These designs are just as cool, with some excellent level of detail from the different visors to even little things like decals and paint to give them that extra character. When one of the mechs goes down, it feels like a main character just died. When it comes to the mechs, it reminds me a lot about Star Wars. When it came to the ships very specifically, George Lucas wanted each one to have a level of detail where the audience could pick them apart. You can see where the pipes and the tubes connect, and everything looks like it serves a purpose. That same level of detail is applied to the Jaegers here. Whoa, but don't think we forgot about the music. When it comes to the music of Pacific Rim, Ramin Djawadi knocked it out of the park. This is that Avengers level soundtrack with one of the coolest riffs that plays in the score, and it continues to get played.
After listening to that main theme, you're just as ready to fight as the main characters are.
But as much as Pacific Rim succeeds with its big, bombastic moments, it also succeeds with its small human stories, with the main focus on Rowley, a former Jaeger pilot that was retired because the last mission that he did, his brother was ripped from his side of the Jaeger.
I keep having this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something.
Oh wait, this movie has a unique way that people pilot the mechs. For starters, it isn't buttons and levers with a control panel like they did with the Godzilla films or Voltron. In simple terms, two pilots have to be linked together neurologically through something called the drift. The better the link, the better you fight. They're basically now one brain. When physically controlling the Jaeger, the best thing I can compare it to is like VR. Pilots are strapped in the head of the Jaeger, and now they have full control over everything. When the pilot throws a punch, the Jaeger throws one. But what's so cool about that is the pure force and strength it takes to pilot one. It's not like some simple gloves and boots. These guys are strapped down to the floor, and it takes some force even to walk. Same goes for a throw or a punch. It exerts a lot of force.
That's not how the Force works.
Story in movies is key to everything. This is why films like Speed Racer, Top Gun Maverick, and even RRR are fantastic films. And while they all have great visuals, the story is what elevates those visuals. And sure, Pacific Rim has some amazing graphics and designs, but what about the story?
Oh, that's good. It's really good.
Pacific Rim starts out with a thunderous fight as you get introduced to two brothers that fight, and right when you believe that these are your main characters, one of them gets ripped out and mutilated. There's so many cool things that come from this scene that I love. It shows that bad things can happen to the mechs and their pilots. They're not invincible. You see how powerful the kaiju are getting as well. It also adds a scary thought of the drift. In the drift, all of your memories, your thoughts, your feelings are shared between the two, whether it be good ones or even bad ones. So when Raleigh's brother gets yanked out of the Jaeger, their brains are still connected.
First drifts are rough. But you weren't just tapping into my memories, you were tapping into my brother's too.
So Raleigh had to feel what his brother felt as he died. That's a really scary thought, on top of adding a ton to his character, why he quit, and why he's so picky about his future co-pilots. So 5 years after this incident, it ends up being that the world leaders decide not to put any more money into the Jaeger program, and instead into more ridiculous measures like the anti-kaiju walls. But with more and more kaiju appearing and getting bigger and bigger, the walls are just not working. So all Jaeger defenses are moved to Hong Kong during this. This is when they start planning a final approach to blow up the breach. The breach is basically an interdimensional portal that they keep coming from at the bottom of the Pacific, which is something that I love in this. It makes two origins of what monsters usually were in the Toho films, either a monster created or summoned by aliens, and water monsters originating from the sea or summoned somehow. But this film combines the two, making it where aliens are creating the kaiju to invade Earth, but send them through a portal that's at the bottom of the ocean. So to get more help, the Jaeger's commanding officer, Marshal Stacker, played by none other than Idris Elba, goes to see Raleigh to recruit him for the mission. Originally Tom Cruise was going to be in this role, but declined due to scheduling issues. I'm glad this happened. While I love Cruise, he just doesn't have that intimidation factor that I believe was needed for this role that Idris Elba just oozes. With Raleigh reluctant to join this time due to what happened last time, he reluctantly agrees after some persuasion.
So where would you rather die? Here? Or in a Jaeger?
Once at the Hong Kong base, we're introduced to three new characters now. Mako Mori, who is almost like the assistant to the Marshal. We'll get to her more later. Next is the two lead scientists, Newt and Herman, who are absolutely hilarious. Charlie Day being more of the Charlie Day we all love from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, just with less...
Pepe Sylvia, I look in the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia!
Herman being more of the straight-to-the-point scientist, always thinking of himself better than his companion. We learn the Jaegers are on their last legs, only having about 4 left in total. They predict that because more and more kaiju are coming at a faster rate, the portal will remain open long enough for them to nuke it. Newt suggests drifting with a kaiju to get more information, but it's rejected. During this time, Mako shows Raleigh around, and the two bond. But it's more of a friendship bond and respect out of one another, not romantic. She tells him she's always wanted to be a pilot, but the Marshal has his reasons. The next day, Raleigh fights all of the candidates that Mako selected for his future partner, but beats them all, suggesting to give Mako a try. There's some awesome fight coordination in here. Their compatibility is displayed as Raleigh wants her as his new co-pilot.
She's my co-pilot. That's not going to work.
Newt, without people's knowledge, ham jams a drift experiment with the kaiju brain.
Newton created a neural bridge from garbage and drifted with a kaiju.
Because of this, Newt found out finally that it's aliens that are creating these kaiju. But the brain that he drifted with was only a fraction of one, so he didn't get a ton of info. Because of this, Marshall then directs him to go to a black market dealer that would maybe know how to get their hands on one. We then jump over to Raleigh again, where they're preparing a test to see how well that they drift. We learn that Mako was indeed selected finally. When drifting though, you're supposed to let all these memories flow like a movie. They're not real, but you can get lost in one, what they call chasing the rabbit. Mako gets lost in one of them, where you learn that she had a traumatized childhood, with memories of running from a kaiju attack. You also learn that Marshall is her adoptive father, and that he was piloting Jaegers as well, but is also the only other person besides Raleigh to have done it alone successfully. Because she got lost in the memory, she nearly blows up the whole place. With them successfully shutting down the experiment, the Marshal grounds them. Raleigh tries to convince the Marshal that she is the only one that is compatible with him to pilot, but he doesn't want to hear it, with some great acting by Idris Elba.
I do not need your sympathy or your admiration. All I need is your compliance and your fighting skills. And if I can't get that, then you can go back to the wall that I found you crawling on.
Just then, 2 more kaiju are finally making their rise, doing the first double kaiju attack. Everyone is sent out but Raleigh and Mako's Jaeger. During this, Newt goes to see the black market dealer, but when he tells him about his successful drift with the kaiju, you learn that the kaiju are coming to find Newt due to the 2-way streak that happens with the drift. The editing that happens during these fights I cannot commend enough. Long takes with wide shots. That's how it's done! With the fights, we learn that one kaiju possesses the ability to spit acid, while the other has an electrical EMP attack. Because of this new information, the kaiju take out and kill 2 of the Jaegers and their pilots. The other one uses its EMP to knock out one of the Jaeger's power. Because it's their last resource, they finally sent out Mako and Rowley in their Jaeger, Gypsy Danger. The only reason they can is because their Jaeger isn't digital, it's analog. When they arrive, they kick butt, utilizing everything from their arsenal and their arena. I love it when a fight does this and uses things from their area. They use cargo crates at one point to a boat, culminating in an awesome sword fight. After they've successfully taken out all the Jaegers, we find out that our friend Newt survived the kaiju attacks, demanding a kaiju brain. But once they're scavenging the body for parts, it's revealed that one of the kaijus was actually pregnant, which in the long run doesn't make a whole lot of sense, to be honest. And the baby honestly looks really goofy. Maybe it's meant to be like that, like how Minya looked like a goober originally? I don't know. The baby dies due to being strangled by its own umbilical cord, so Newt uses this brain as the one to drift with. And his friend Herman actually comes together with him and shares the load.
Let's say it with me, my man. We're gonna own this bad boy. By Jove, we are going to own this thing for sure.
Once everyone's back, remember, the Marshal used to battle kaiju in his early years, but we learned because of those early mechs, the Marshal is very sick from his early kaiju battles, and if he were to ever pilot one again, it would kill him. Because kaiju signatures are on the rise even more, 2 more signatures arise, but they're only guarding the breach at the bottom of the ocean. They once again send Gypsy Danger and Stryker out, but with one of the pilots and Stryker having his arm broken, the Marshal has to take his spot of one of the pilots. So they strap the nukes to both Jaegers and go out with the plan ready. We flash out to Newt and Herman, who finally come out of the drift, now learning that the original plan to strap a nuke won't work. Instead, they must trick the breach into thinking it's a kaiju. Once that information is finally relayed to the team, a new kaiju emerges. Throughout the whole film, kaiju are categorized sort of like a natural disaster, depending on their threat level. This new kaiju is a Category 5, the biggest and baddest one yet. While Stryker takes that one head on, Gypsy Danger takes on the original 2. Gypsy gets its arm torn off and its leg damaged, but they still manage to tear one up in an awesome way. Oh, that's awesome. Because they're both getting beat up, Stryker decides to detonate its reactor right now, so it blows up the remaining kaiju.
We can clear a path for the lady!
This comes to one of my favorite parts in the movie. When it blows up, it causes this huge ocean bubble. It's weird, but that's just super cool in my opinion. So with Gypsy still alive but just barely hanging on, they go to the breach carrying one of the kaiju carcasses. But that one Category 5 kaiju just won't die. So they take it on, killing it in a really brutal way by roasting the sucker. Because of this, they successfully go through the portal and detonate the nuke. They all get out safely and float to the surface of the ocean, with the movie ending on Raleigh and Mako embracing one another. This movie was just too good. Remember, monster films at this time were not coming at the rate they were now. So when this came out, it jump-started the kaiju craze again. Everything in its story, its fights, its camera work, its music, its acting was on point. It took something that most people would find laughable and turned it into a more serious and fun movie. But here's the thing, it never lost the heart of what an old Toho monster film is. Another thing to add is the actors. While looking at it now, yes, it's a star-studded cast, but look back on it 10 years ago. The only person that had weight in here was Ron Perlman, who had the most extensive career with live-action movies, TV, and voice work. And yes, while Charlie Day had been in his popular Always Sunny show for 9 years, that's television. This was his first big break for movies. The same goes for almost everybody else. Charlie Hunnam. This was his first big blockbuster movie. Kinko Kukunchi. This was her first role that really drew people to know her worldwide. The one role, though, that really skyrocketed was Idris Elba. Before this, yeah, he had a show and played Heimdall in Thor, but that was just a very small role. And his show, while it's very good and popular, you can see that he just wasn't the movie star that he is now. Pacific Rim is just awesome. I can't recommend it enough, even if you're not a monster fan.
Yes, but isn't there a sequel?
Send the little sweetheart in.
Avoid this movie. Seriously, just don't. I dragged a few friends to this expecting something, and I left embarrassed. It wasn't even a turn your brain off fun movie. I might get to that later, but it's just not worth my time right now. There's a ton of stuff out there like Pacific Rim that's underrated. Movies, TV shows, video games. They just don't get the love that they deserve. Things like Speed Racers, Sky High, AcceleRacers, Epic Mickey. And you know what? I'd like to argue that She-Hulk was. Who are you?
Oh, you know, just a therapist.
Am I dead?
I'm a therapist, not a doctor.
Well, do you know how I got here?
Well, you see, an intervention occurred.
I'm not even related to you.
Well, not technically. Anyways, you almost said something that could have cost you your life.
What?
Well, to quote your last video recording, quote, and you know what? I'd like to argue that She-Hulk was... Now what were you going to say after that?
I enjoyed it?
Explain.
Okay.
Way to go, Tic Tac!
The MCU, probably the biggest and best, but also probably the worst thing that happened to movies. The MCU has changed the way that people feel about everything with a movie almost. They're interesting and deep characters, they're larger than life, big bombastic stories, and they're action scenes that just get you going no matter what type of mood you are in. Not to mention how their stories and their crossovers are so interweaved so perfectly. The MCU is awesome as a whole. This series is just very special to me. There's so many great memories of me going to the theater with my dad. Lots of great moments, from going to go see Avengers at midnight, to arguing with people in lines about comics and what they're gonna do in this movie compared to the others. There's just so many great memories that everybody could share from these. And it's great. But for me personally, for the last 2 years, it felt like Marvel are trying to find their footing once again after Avengers Endgame. Just to briefly go through what their phase 4 exactly was, we started with WandaVision, which, on paper, this sounds awesome. Take Wanda and Vision and have a TV show focusing on their relationship. But to me, it just felt a few episodes too long, and it took a little too long to get to the point. I think this show could have been edited down way more. Just very forgettable in my book. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I loved this. This felt like an extended version of Captain America the Winter Soldier. We have some great action in almost every single episode, with the really great buddy cop feel throughout, with one of the best superhero costumes finally put to screen, and they nailed it. Loki. I enjoyed this one. While I'm not as over the moon about it as others are, I did enjoy it. Sort of showing where we're going in the future of the MCU, but overall, while I did enjoy it, it was just okay in the end. What If? I think this was the biggest disappointment for me when it came to their Phase 4. I love the What If comics. When I was a kid, that was one of the first comic series I went through. The stories and how you remember them just switched. The idea is great and can be worked on multiple seasons. I thought it was genius. But sadly with the TV show, they chose possibly the worst stories you could. I think the good ones are good though. You have Captain Carter and the What If zombies stand out the most. But the rest of the episodes are either boring, dull, bad, or just okay. This show in total was just not good. Black Widow, Marvel's first romp back to the movies since Far From Home. This was a weird feeling watching this. It wasn't funny, but it wasn't dark or serious at the same time. It feels like a Frankenstein mix-mash of a movie. In my opinion as well, instead of having this big, explosive movie, it should have been a smaller spy espionage thriller. It wasn't good, but for the time, I gave it a pass, just out of the sake for COVID and other things that were going on in the world. But watching it now, it just makes me sad that this is the movie that Scarlett Johansson got stuck with. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
I really need to increase my rates.
This was definitely an increase in quality compared to Black Widow. Its villain, its characters, and action were on point for me. Its CGI looked fantastic. It also helps that I was a massive fan of Simu Lee before this because of Kim's Convenience Store.
What do you want?
See? Now you understand the power of a bullhorn. Have to respect the bull, otherwise you get the horn. Oh.
So it was just so cool to know an actor before he struck it big. The end of this movie was really exciting, from the big dragon to the way the Ten Rings fight is like a dance. Also, I really enjoyed the beginning that felt like something out of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I just really enjoyed this one, and I would put it up there with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Eternals.
Oh, I remember this one. I couldn't keep up with how many clients I was getting.
What happened? This is the messiest movie Marvel has made. Everything in it is just not good in my opinion. The characters, the motivation, the actual story. The editing in general was poor. The thing that I hated is that we're constantly jumping back and forth between time frames. And it sadly got very confusing for me at times. I think some things, like some of the CGI sequences, were okay, but overall, I just didn't like this one. I just think it's a really bad film. I think it could have been improved with either a big edit or with just less characters. Hawkeye! Finally! Giving one of the first Avengers his own solo romp. This did not disappoint me. Hawkeye is a passing of the torch story without that torch completely running away. Kate Bishop in this is hilarious and a great addition to the MCU that never took the full focus away from the main character, Hawkeye.
Alright, how about
dangerous.
this one? This one fine? I'm using this one.
There's just some great action sequences in this, with the big standout one for me being a car chase that all takes place in one shot with the camera zooming around the two main characters. Of course, the big elephant in the room, though, is the villain.
Well, that's the guy I've been worried about this whole time. Kingpin.
Vincent D'Onofrio returns as the iconic villain from the Netflix series, which was great not only for fans, but also for the actor. Just overall, this is the best thing that Phase 4 had to offer in my opinion.
Aha, so you did hate She-Hulk.
No. I just feel like Hawkeye was the best thing that came out of Phase 4. I still love She-Hulk, but Hawkeye is the one that I can complain about the least. Spider-Man No Way Home. This was good. I liked this. I loved that they brought back iconic characters and actors from the past Spider-Man movies, finishing storylines that were left hanging while also still having a complete end to Tom Holland's Peter Parker. I love the way that this movie ends, where Peter Parker is finally all alone. He has his classic, iconic, bright blue and red suit. The ending is heartbreaking, but it's also uplifting. My only complaint about this really is its rewatchability. While I love this movie, for me it's a watch it once or twice, and then you probably will never have to see it again. That doesn't make it bad, but all the exciting things are just not as exciting the second time through for me. Moon Knight. This was interesting. I liked it a lot. I really loved the action in this series. But sadly, this show works only when you watch it in one sitting, in my opinion. It just doesn't work as a week-to-week episode. I love how the show never explains such things, like whether or not Mark is the real person or Steven is, whether our main protagonist is actually the hero or secretly the villain the whole time. It's up for your own interpretation. But here's the thing, I think that it could have been edited down. We got 6 episodes, but I think it would have worked better as a 4-episode series. I liked it, don't get me wrong. I just feel like there's just some things and storylines that could have been tightened up more. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. This is the worst thing that Marvel has ever done, in my opinion. There is a lot to this movie, and I feel like all of it was just half-heartedly slapped together with no thought or attention to details. It's cheesy without being charming. Its story is all over the place with it not accomplishing what it sets out to tell. The CGI is the worst thing that Marvel has done. The CGI is very poor in my opinion. It feels like they gave 0 time for the animators and they gave them only a month to slap it together. The quote-unquote horror aspect that was promised is not seen here at all. There's not even a tense moment in this film. I just felt 0 emotions watching this. There's some cool ideas that are displayed here, like the music battle that happens, but it's just not fleshed out. There are ideas still. This movie is just that. It's a beat of ideas that are held together by a string of a story. I just didn't like this one at all. Ah!
Interesting.
Miss Marvel. I didn't stick with this one. While I have been meaning to get back to it, I only watched the first 2 episodes. But what I did see, I did enjoy. I just have yet to get back to it. But because I never finished it, I don't feel it's appropriate to have a fully formed opinion about it. Thor: Love and Thunder. I had no expectations going into this. After Doctor Strange was probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen, on top of people saying that this wasn't good, I really wasn't looking forward to this. But in the end, I think this is one of Marvel's best things that came out of Phase 4. I understand, humor is subjective, so what works for me may not work for others, but I genuinely enjoyed the jokes in this. Sure, it can be cheesy at times, but unlike with Doctor Strange, this movie has charm. Other things in this, like Gore the God Butcher and Jane Foster, I really didn't understand the criticism. Like with people wanting more screen time with Christian Bale, I understand that completely. Christian Bale was great in this. But I loved that he only had so much screen time. It made his character more mysterious and creepy. With every time that we see him, he becomes more and more disfigured and less human. In fact, there was a few scenes in this where he looked like Skeletor, which was awesome. Netflix, there's your live-action Skeletor. Jane Foster, on top of it, was probably one of my least favorite characters when it came to the other Thor movies. But when they brought her back in this movie, she ended up being a major highlight for me. Her comedy was so on point. Sure, it was cheesy, but I found it hilarious with her trying her best to fit into the coolness role of a superhero. Some other stuff that got me laughing was this weird hammer humor.
Hammer humor.
With Thor's axe always getting jealous of Thor's affection for his original hammer. There was just a lot in this that I loved, and I don't understand how people can see this as one of the worst projects this phase.
And now, our feature presentation.
She-Hulk. At long last, here we are. Did people even watch this show? I'm not saying that this is one of Marvel's best projects. Far from it. Nor am I saying it's perfect and if you don't like it, you're crazy. But people were acting like this is the worst show ever made. Am I right?
Oh yeah, what are we talking about?
Aren't therapists good at listening? What am I paying you for?
Well, you're not paying me. I kidnapped you.
Oh yeah. Why?
Business.
So you kidnap people and you force them into a therapy session.
Genius, ain't it?
But if I'm not paying you...
Don't question me.
I was ecstatic about the idea of a She-Hulk project. And when it was announced in 2019, it was one of the most exciting things announced for me. But when it came to other people and some of my friends, they just weren't getting as excited. I don't know why, but from the beginning, it seemed like people were just shrugging it off. I didn't care though. I was excited to see one of my favorite comic book characters brought to life. But then, the trailer released. And oh boy, I do not think this was a good trailer. While I wasn't as harsh as others were, there definitely was an elephant in the room.
It's not easy being green.
Yeah. While I don't necessarily think that the design was bad, there definitely was improvements to be made to the texture of She-Hulk, with a lot of people making comparisons to Shrek or what happened with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. The trailer also didn't give a good idea about what the show would be about, or even its tone. So after a while, people just kind of forgot about it. Little in between this and the next trailer's release, there was a few rumors going around though that Charlie Cox's Daredevil would show up, but nothing concrete for sure. But then trailer 2 aired.
So Daredevil's the only reason you watch the show?
I'm not finished. This trailer was a million times better than the first. It finally gave us a general story with a goofy tone and fourth wall breaking ripped straight from the comics. As in terms of She-Hulk though, there were shots shown that definitely needed more time and improvement. But in total, there definitely was an increase in quality in my opinion. Just enough where I could overlook what was bad in the trailer. But one thing that I was ecstatic for was the return of Abomination. While we had him show up in Shang-Chi, this time he was actually going to be a main character. It was exciting. My excitement just for that was through the roof. And then at the end, they did it. This is what made me excited for the show at last, bringing back characters from the past. It was awesome! And then the show came out. Let's get my complaints out of the way fast. First of all, I think She-Hulk definitely needed to be improved more. There's a lot of scenes still where she's not creepy, but it's definitely that unfinished plastic feeling. Kinda like Ironheart in the new Wakanda Forever movie. Most of these scenes, though, are just when she's in her office or at court. There's not a ton, but the scenes that are definitely could have used a month or two in the oven. The fourth wall breaking. In the comics, there would be times that I would be busting out laughing because She-Hulk's fourth wall breaking. At times, she would attempt to climb out of her panel, straight up crumple up a character and throw her away, or when she would even threaten the buyer by ripping up their X-Men comics. She-Hulk had been doing this for years before even Deadpool made it popular. And in the show, it's no different. There are moments when Jennifer talks to the audience, or in the end, she just straight up breaks Disney+. I love every single one of these interactions. My only complaint is that I think it should have been done more dramatically throughout the show, instead of little by little. I can't tell you how many people seem confused by the finale, and I think it would have helped if there was just more of a healthy buildup of it. But other than those two things, I almost have no complaints. Remember, I love stories and characters. It doesn't matter if it's short or long. If it's a story that makes me excited and makes me want to know what's happening next to our heroes, it's a story that I can get involved in. I can discuss with friends, debate, and She-Hulk's show did that. Every time that it ended, I wanted to know what was happening next, or what next week's adventure was going to be about. One thing that I did love, however, that's surprising, is the filler episodes.
I'm sorry, what?
Filler episodes can be a drag at times, but one thing that I loved about She-Hulk is that the filler ones just showed her doing everyday things and her dealing with them. Going to a friend's wedding, starting a relationship, trying to balance her work life. It may have been boring for some, but for me, it adds more and more to her character. It's funny, I started watching this show because of my excitement for Daredevil and Abomination, but I stayed because of She-Hulk, and I'm really looking forward to her showing up in more projects. And while I know that I said the buildup of her breaking the fourth wall could have been better, I loved whenever she did it. For instance, there's even a full recreation of the original Hulk's TV intro. To even her getting mad at the writer's room, she would do that in the comics. To it all culminating to meeting Kevin, the thing responsible for the MCU in the MCU. I found it hilarious that it was a robot, because to conjure up the MCU and to keep it this successful for so long seems like it would actually take a higher form of intelligence. And I thought it was hilarious that they even made it wear a hat like Kevin Feige always does. But overall, I just really enjoyed the character and the story of She-Hulk. It genuinely surprised me. But then there's one thing that didn't.
I'm here.
Woo! Yeah! Daredevil's back, baby! The episode with him was great. And they took every advantage of it, from showing him in court to even in costume to doing a sweet hallway fight. His costume too is weird, but it's awesome at the same time. It's a mix of both his Netflix show and his ugly original yellow one. One fourth wall joke that actually got me with him is when he mentions his name to Jennifer Walters, and it just kind of plays the Netflix theme in the background.
I'm Daredevil.
Other characters like Wong even returning got laughs out of me, with even a surprising character called Madison, which at first seems like one of the most annoying people ever put to screen. But then it turns in on itself, making the annoyingness hilarious, as well as this friendship that she just kind of forces herself into with Wong.
Ah, just like us, eh, Zethers?
No. Tim Roth, like I said, returns not only as Abomination, but also as Emil Blonsky. I loved this. Not only is he a main character, but a main plot point. He's not here to just say hello and then goodbye. I also like that they turned his character into a wild card / hippie. You have no idea if there's a motive or a secret plan behind everything, or if he's genuinely changed for good. Also, his weird Zen sanctuary is hilarious, with one of the episodes just having a group therapy session. That one is a highlight of the show for me.
Note to self, kidnap more than one.
In total, She-Hulk is a show that I had a blast watching, and I genuinely enjoyed every episode. It got me excited for Marvel content again. With the new Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special being hilarious, and Wakanda Forever actually being the best Phase 4 movie in my opinion, I think that we have a lot to look forward to in the future, with a bright future of Marvel ahead of us. Well, so what do you think, man?
I think you're insane.
Says the guy holding a shovel?
It was just a precaution.
For what? You kidnapped me.
Alright, how do I use this thing?
I played and watched a ton of stuff this year. Played a lot of old stuff, a lot of new stuff. I watched some movies I've never seen before, and I watched Speed Racer.
I don't know why I'm doing it anymore. You don't climb into a T-180 to be a driver. You do it because you're driven.
Still the greatest movie of all time. Let's see. That new Guardians of the Galaxy game was okay. Some really fun Final Fantasy gameplay. But man, it had a killer soundtrack. No, I'm not talking about the licensed music. I'm talking about Star-Lord. They literally made an original band and album specifically for this game, and it rocks! Its album is amazing. I really recommend that you go check it out. It's incredible. Got into Bollywood movies this year. I've got a ton of new recommendations just from that genre alone. Their stories are absolutely incredible. While they're still trying to catch up CGI-wise, they're getting there with American movies. But their stories are absolutely blowing us out of the water. Definitely check out the Bahubali movies, parts 1 and 2. It's a 6-hour epic that was just incredible. Twisted Metal still has some online servers up for the PlayStation 2. Thanks to some help, I got that up and running with game sessions on Saturday nights still going. It's still Twisted Metal though, with it being just as crazy and fun as ever. But out of all the stuff this year, let's get into the big boys. Splatoon 3 really snuck up on me this year. I never got into Splatoon 2, being a massive Splatoon 1 fan. I thought that there just wasn't enough changes to justify the purchase. Splatoon 3 is a different story. There's one change that makes the biggest difference in the world. This makes all the difference because there's no more spawn killing. Matches are much more faster paced and feel more even. It's amazing how one change can completely flip the algorithm. Other than that, it's Splatoon. But because I never played Splatoon 2, many things are brand new to me. Some of the weapons and the specials are ones that I've never seen before. All the maps are brand spanking new and are really well designed. There's a new mode called Salmon Run that's a ton of fun, but it gets extremely hard. Splatoon 3 was not a surprisingly good game, because I knew it was going to be good from the start. There's plenty of content here to justify the sequel status and price. And I haven't even touched the story mode yet.
And now the movie has been remastered in stunning 4K, high dynamic range, and 9.1 sound. And it's returning to theaters on September 23rd for a limited time. See Avatar the way it was meant to be seen.
I thought this was the dumbest idea ever. I'm a big Avatar fan, but when I heard about the re-release of Avatar in movie theaters, I thought the idea was kind of silly. Here's the thing though, I never got to see Avatar when it first released in theaters, nor ever in 3D, so I thought I'd give it a shot. I grabbed my buddy Matt and we both went to the theater, and man, at first I wasn't that impressed. Mostly because the movie starts off with very gray colors and just the human perspectives. Even when they first turned into the avatars, it still wasn't that impressive. But the minute they go into the forest, man, the 3D popped for me. The amount of layers that this movie has to its scenes is incredible. This re-release gave me an appreciation for the film that I never had before, making it one of my favorite cinematic experiences this year. Deep Rock Galactic was one of the most underrated titles of 2022. You're in these massive, sprawling underground caverns as hordes of bugs come after you. The game is best played with friends and people that you know. Communication is key to everything in this game. That's one thing that I suck at though, especially in this game because I constantly get lost. But it's a good thing to me. The way these randomly generated levels are generated doesn't feel random. Every single one feels like it was meticulously built, with some having these massive open areas to others needing to dig yourself out and find your own entrance and exit. The music is awesome, with it sometimes being this faint in the background. To all of a sudden it being a booming score when things get nuts. Customization and atmosphere is what stands out to me the most here. From the many beards and hats that you can give your dwarf, to the way you enter a level. Deep Rock Galactic was a game that I just had a blast playing every single time I'd boot it up, and I cannot wait to see how they evolve it even more.
Okay, guess this is not the water dispenser.
Technically Overwatch 1.1 without any massive changes. Overwatch 2 is my most played game this year. I did not expect to have as much fun as I did with this. Overwatch 2 only has a few minor tweaks to differentiate it from its predecessor, mainly its 5v5 format instead of 6v6. While some characters have been completely changed like Orisa and Bastion, and are a lot more fun to play, one massive problem that I had with Overwatch 1 was steamroll matches. Nobody likes to steamroll or to get steamrolled. In Overwatch 2, while it might just be me, I have yet to run into this problem. Every single match for me feels like it was genuinely earned when my team wins. Overwatch 2 is best described as a spruced up update. I think some things like the new heroes being paid and the skins being really so insanely priced, it's a massive slap in the face for anyone who bought Overwatch 1. But man, the gameplay is still so much fun, especially the new characters, Junker Queen being my favorite. She has this knife throw that goes, and when you pull it back, you go, BOP!
Ha! Thanks for the heals, mate. Really appreciate it.
I'm definitely looking forward to the future of this game, though. If they keep it up with the way they've been doing it with a new hero every 2 months, with new maps, etc., they can keep the hype going easy. The way I look at games is totally different than movies. With games, the main concern for me is always about the gameplay, while stories and character are just the icing on the cake for that. But if a game doesn't have interactive gameplay for me, and it plays out more like a movie, then what's the point? Why not just watch a movie? Gameplay is what grabs me first and foremost. But with this game, the story instantly hooked me. You play as a couple that gets separated on the way to Canada who crash land after some weird power failure. You slowly go through this rugged wasteland of abandoned towns and electrical power plants, barely surviving and on the brink of death almost every second. I will say, while I highly recommend this game, its difficulty, for instance, has one of the most challenging and frustrating starts to a game I've ever experienced. It was probably a good hour and a half before I could even get over this. I just didn't understand what I was doing wrong. But once you actually do get over that beginning bump, you're going to experience one of the most gripping and real stories ever put into a video game. I highly recommend The Long Dark. I played a lot of Zelda this year, and I finally played Skyward with its new HD remaster. Originally, I tried to play Skyward Sword on the Wii twice. First on the Wii, and second on the Wii U Virtual Console. But the Wii Remote just wasn't as precise as I wanted it to be. I'm usually fine with Wii motion controls, but Skyward just never felt great to me. It felt like it was designed a few console generations early, so I was ecstatic when it was announced for the Switch. Finally, better controls! I pre-ordered it last year, played it for an hour, and didn't touch it till this year. And I'm sorry I didn't play it sooner. Skyward Sword is a masterpiece and a technical achievement for motion controls. It's so cool, the little details with Link's sword. You twist the Joy-Con and Link does a little spin with his sword. You spin the Joy-Con in a circle and you can make this guy dizzy with your sword. Spin both Joy-Cons at the same time and your guy can go... The art style is gorgeous and is still one of my favorite in a video game. While I thought Breath of the Wild felt just a little too washed out, Skyward Sword is a colorful and bright world with a cartoony atmosphere. I just love soaring around the world with my big loft wing. Skyward Sword HD is a great Zelda game with fun puzzles, characters, and worlds. What more could you want? What do you get when you take an SD card and Mario Kart Wii? The best Mario Kart and a never-ending game. CTGP Revolutions is an incredible hack for Mario Kart Wii that gets better every single month. There's constant updates to tracks, visuals, balancing, and adding even more and more courses. Seriously, look at this! There's over 216 tracks, 2 hidden tracks on top of the 32 original. That's over 250 tracks here.
Which is more advanced?
Can you repeat the question?
And there's some really bonkers ones, some of which put even Nintendo's Mario Kart 8 tracks to shame. And it's still Mario Kart Wii. It supports online still through fan servers, there's friending, ways to easily customize the game to your liking. It's so easy to do this. All you need is a Wii or a Wii U, a working copy of the game, and an SD card. Bing bang boom. CTGP Revolutions is absolutely incredible and shows just how dedicated a group of people can be to a single game. And it's one that I'll continue to support way into the future. Let me set the stage. I am a massive Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. Toys, comics, movies, cartoons. But when it comes to their video games lately, it seems like they've been pushed into that kids movie licensed category.
Come on, Steve. Mom wants us home for dinner.
Their games just haven't been that great. All those days of great Ninja Turtles games have all been but a forgotten memory. Until... This year, Shredder's Revenge blew me away with how well of a game it was. It feels like a lost sequel to Turtles in Time. It was extremely generous with its fan service, letting you play as all of your favorite good guys, but also that you can fight a ton of bosses ripped straight from Ninja Turtles lore. Obviously you got Krang, Bebop, Rocksteady, Shredder, Baxter, but also so many others ripped from games and movies past. It was so much fun to pick out all the little Easter eggs that you could find. The game is also very generous by letting you actually do 6-player couch co-op, and it's online. Obviously the gameplay is just another mindless beat-em-up, but I love simple beat-em-ups. They're easy pick-up and plays, and I ended up getting sucked in every time I go in for a level or two. And the soundtrack! Oh, oh, oh! What incredible music. Shredder's Revenge is not the biggest game of the year, but it's the one that I had the most fun with. From the start, the Batman looked incredible. This is the movie I was the most excited for this year. Every one of its teasers and its trailers promised a dark and gritty Gotham at last. My favorite Batman has always been Michael Keaton. From his costume to Danny Elfman's music to his villains to Tim Burton's Gotham atmosphere. It's something that later movies I just felt lacked in some ways. The Batman finally takes it back to what feels like Gotham, not just some traditional city. It's an underbelly of a city that feels like around every corner is a thief or a criminal. It makes your skin want to crawl as we dive deeper and deeper into it. The first opening 10 minutes has one of the best starts to a movie, period. You're introduced to the Riddler without giving anything away about him. It's tense, scary, and nail-biting. And once that's over, you're slowly introduced to Batman without even seeing him. Michael Giacchio's music builds slowly throughout the scene, causing you to get more excited and nervous. Shadows and dark alleys are something to fear finally. The Batman is a movie that gave me what I wanted with a Batman story. A movie focusing on Batman and making it a mystery detective story. Batman is great with action, don't get me wrong, but he's at his best with the more thoughtful and slower moments. I appreciated that this movie took its time and was a well thought out story with incredible music. I just can't wait to see what they do next. Star Wars in 2022 was kinda weird. I enjoyed all the content that was out, but one show stood tall over all the rest. Andor was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. It's a thoughtful and slow character portrayal of a desperate man on the run. It takes so many characters that you think you know and completely flips the perspective. Think Mon Mothma is a calm, collective leader? Well, to get to that point, she originally was a desperate and nervous individual, willing to sacrifice everything to get what she wants. Delving deeper into her character and showing more about her personal life. Genevieve O'Reilly was definitely a major highlight in this show. There's so many characters in this that are so memorable. Skarsgård's character wanting to start and help with the rebels, but sacrifices so much of his personal life. Probably the most standout performance here is Andy Serkis. He's incredible in it. His character starts out as a hardened and brash leader, but slowly breaks down into a quiet follower.
What? What did he say? Can't swim!
Andor is a story about how one man's actions can start a tidal wave of troubles for others.
Get up! Get him up! Get him up!
It's dark, dirty, and sad. This is not a show that's uplifting. It takes place during a time where the Empire is ruling hard, killing and arresting whoever they want. And what I love about that is the Empire here is smart. They're not bumbling idiots. We're shown how they plan, move, and destroy things. They're not something to take lightly here. They're something to fear and hate. Andor is not the Star Wars show I expected to get, but it definitely was the one that we needed. I had no expectations going into The Way of Water. It's not that I didn't care about the film or wanted it to fail. Remember, I'm a massive Avatar fan. But I just wasn't sure about what to expect from this film. So because of that, I kept my excitement levels low. I just didn't want to be disappointed if it came out bad. And what can I say? The wait was well worth it. The reason this movie took so long to make was because of the technology, and that's where this movie shines, along with its excellent characters. I think in the story department, it's as well as it could have been done. While some stuff is introduced to definitely be more added upon in future sequels, what is told here is fascinating, and it makes me look at the first movie in a different way now. Some things like how different Na'vi cultures are to even body types now. The way the water Na'vi are built compared to the forest Na'vi is completely different. Their tails and their arms are more adapted to the ocean environment. Their mounts are the same way. Instead of those big bird lizard things, it's these winged garfish. And that's one thing that excels in this movie is the water creatures and their designs. It's something that was very exciting to see what crazy animals would show up next. The characters throughout the film are actually really fun too, from the new Water Tribe Na'vi to Jake Sully's kids. Every single one has a purpose in this movie. Their actions and their motivations forward the story. The story never pushes the characters. And that's one thing that I appreciate immensely. And while there are some things that I would have moved around or changed, the last hour and a half is non-stop action. James Cameron, I don't know what that man does, but him and water scenes just go hand in hand. Seriously, if maybe the beginning half wasn't working for you, the ending is absolutely incredible. The cinematography, the score, the expressions they were able to capture make the end memorable, heartbreaking, and worth the wait. Everything that the movie sets up is paid off somehow. The Way of the Water isn't a perfect movie, but it definitely was worth the wait in so many different ways. If you haven't seen it yet, go see it while you can on the big screen. You will not regret it. Speed Racer is my favorite movie of all time, period. But there's two movies that came out this year that came so close to dethroning it.
His exploits are legendary, and he's considered to be one of the finest pilots this program has ever produced. I give you Captain Pete Mitchell, call sign Maverick.
Top Gun Maverick was the biggest surprise of the year for me. It reminded me as to why I go to the movies and why I love them so much. I don't ever go to see movies in the theaters multiple times, but for this movie, I just could not get enough of it. I went 3 times. Everything in this movie is exactly what I wanted and more. Maverick, despite being older, is still the best pilot and the main character. This is by far Tom Cruise's best role that he's done. His acting and the way that his character was handled is still mind-blowing. They could have taken the way that multiple movies have been done lately, where the older character that we all love is just a grouch and isn't the one to inspire people. Rather, it's the newer generation that nobody cares about. Maverick takes the complete opposite approach, where he's still a cocky individual, but is still extremely likable. He's the one to inspire the new generation of fighter pilots.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
The characters in this are just handled with a level of respect that I wish the Star Wars sequel trilogy was handled. Iceman is back. Despite not being in any action scenes, his role in the movie isn't a simple cameo. He was there as the explanation for Maverick's continuous role as an aviator. He was there to inspire and build Maverick back up when he was at his lowest.
That's why I fought for you.
The way that this movie is nostalgic is great. It feels nostalgic in a way that pulls on your heartstrings, but it's not in a way of, hey, I remember that. The movie feels like an homage to classic 80s action, but it doesn't feel like it was trying too hard to accomplish that. Everything in this just flows so naturally. The new characters are the same. The aviator students are likable, funny additions that don't take away from the experience. They're still side characters. They don't take away from Maverick's story or try to make them the main characters in the end. This is a story about Maverick. Top Gun Maverick is a movie that deserved every dollar it made. So much love was poured into its music, its action, its writing, its cinematography. This was a movie made to be experienced in a theater with the best sound that you can find. While Speed Racer is still my favorite movie, Maverick came so close. There hasn't been a movie in a long time that made me more excited every time I'd watch it. It would be my #1 pick of the year, if it wasn't for the real #1.
It's high noon.
Not salsa, not flamenco, my brother.
Do you know?
Desi Nach?
What's Desi Nach?
You'll know it after watching this. RRR is my favorite piece of media to come out this year. There's no contest. The reason that this is at the top of my list and not Maverick is because this movie introduced a whole new genre of film to both me and my father, as well as introducing us to Indian music. Tollywood and Bollywood movies are absolutely worth everyone's time. They are immensely different from American movies, with every single one being a musical almost. Their action scenes being more of this over-the-top comic book movie than the more grounded and realistic action of American. RRR made me fall in love with Indian culture, filmmaking, and music. There are so many good Bollywood and Tollywood movies, from Pushpa to Bahubali Parts 1 and 2. Their stories are absolutely incredible. But for this year, RRR took the cake. It was such a tightly wound story. At one point, it seemed like the ending of the movie was starting to wrap up, but then you realize that you're only an hour and a half way through, and it just gets better and better. There are so many things like how character motivations are constantly forwarding the story. When a person doesn't quite make sense, their backstory is explained in such detail that it could have been its own movie entirely. Music plays a huge role in Bollywood and Tollywood movies, where a lot of characters form their friendships and romances through the musical parts of the film. RRR is no different, but you'll be humming a ton of the songs long after you've finished it. RRR is a movie almost everyone, if given a chance, would love. The action is absolutely insane, with parts being ripped almost from a comic book or an anime. Things are set up and paid off so well that you're going to be constantly guessing what's going to be happening next. Like Maverick, RRR reminded me as to why I love movies and why I watch them. It introduced a whole new genre of film to me. I cannot wait to see how they handle part 2, or what the next big foreign film is. If you have not watched RRR yet, you will not be disappointed. I can assure and promise you, you will love it. 2022 brought a lot of terrible, awful movies and video games, but when there was a good movie or game, it was great. I cannot wait to see what 2023 brings us. Morbius 2! You ever wanted to like a movie so much, but in the end it just kind of falls flat? Well, that was Suzume for me. The last movie I was this disappointed in was with The Tomorrow War. Both of these movies have exciting starts with me getting invested in the story and the characters, and Suzume does that amazingly in the first half. Basically, the premise is that this 17-year-old girl named Suzume comes across a man named Sota. He's this mysterious and intriguing figure to her. He has a job called a closer, in which he goes around finding these doors in abandoned areas, and if these doors are opened, they can cause these natural disaster worms, so to speak, that can have a devastating effect on Japan. So in turn, he closes these doors to save the world. When Suzume messes something up, it causes this cat to come alive, and the cat curses Sota, turning him into this chair. The rest of the story is Sota as a chair along with Suzume going across Japan chasing after the cat that keeps opening up these doors and causing trouble. I was all for this. It was funny, the story was interesting, I wanted to see what would happen next. The world building was great, with us seeing a lot of Suzume's life, the friends she has, and as we explore more of Japan, we meet more and more characters that take her in, or maybe have a connection to Sota. The animation is the best I have ever seen in my life. The hand-drawn animation in this is beautifully done. There are scenes in the theater that just blew me away, and that looked amazing on the big screen. There's these parts when Suzume is maybe riding her bike down this hill, and all of a sudden the camera starts to fade in on her town. Other simple scenes when Suzume is just maybe simply putting her hair into a ponytail. What it looked like to me, it looked so realistic. With the movement and everything, I thought that what they would have done was put live action footage and then traced over it. It looked that great. There are a ton of scenes that stood out to me like this, and I cannot praise the animation enough. Another thing is the music in this for me. It can go from a wild and zany tone to a calm and tranquil theme. Overall, it was excellently done, and it fit it very well. I enjoyed the music a lot. But now you might be asking yourself, alright Zeth, this sounds great. What are you disappointed in? About the halfway mark, this movie just stopped dead in its tracks for me. Basically, Sota, one of our main characters, has to make this sacrifice to save Tokyo from one of these natural disaster worms. It's done very well in my opinion, with Suzume being the one to help him make that sacrifice. Seems like a perfect way to end this movie. They even have it where Suzume visits Sota's uncle afterwards, who we learn throughout the movie is disappointed in Sota's actions, and thinks that he's a screw-up. So when Suzume visits him and tells him about Sota's sacrifice, I thought this was the perfect opportunity for the uncle to go on saying how proud he was of Sota, and that, he's always been a good boy. Something along that aspect. Instead, he calls him an idiot and continues to talk trash. And at this point in the theater, I had to check my phone, and I realized that there still was almost an hour left. And the rest of the story, it just devolves into Suzume wanting to rescue Sota because she loves him. Now, there's two problems with this for me. I don't mind the story going simpler, but you need more interesting characters here. I just wasn't as invested into Suzume as a character as I could have. I was able to overlook her character in the beginning, mostly because the story is throwing so many cool concepts and ideas at you that I didn't need a complex character. But the minute that you take away these cool ideas and stories, there wasn't anything here for me. It could just be me, and I'm missing some underlying theme. But I just got bored halfway through. At parts that should have been exciting, I just wanted it to be over. And the second reason that this didn't work for me in the end was this romance plot. It just didn't work. And the main reason for that is the chemistry between the two main characters, Suzume and Sota. While they try to establish this love relationship between the two of them, at the most, it feels like an older brother-younger sister relationship instead. They sometimes try to establish a romance, but it falls flat in the end. So when all of a sudden the main reason for the story to continue is because she feels this way, it feels silly in the end. In total, this movie has everything that it needs to be an easy recommendation. Stellar, landmark animation, a gorgeous soundtrack, and a really cool premise. But it's that halfway mark for me. It just kills it. This movie could have probably cut a good 30 to 40 minutes of footage for me, and it would have been better in my opinion. Maybe it's just me and I'm missing something, but I don't think I can recommend this because of that last hour. Maybe in a second viewing, there will be something that stands out to me, or maybe I'll see something that I just didn't see the first time around. Or perhaps I'll just enjoy it more, who knows. But for now, I'm just disappointed in this movie mostly. I guess I await the comments now. What I'm holding in my hand right now is the script to the video you're about to watch. It is incomplete right now at the time of this recording, but it is close to 100 pages long already. This video has been in development since early last year. A lot of my thoughts and my feelings I've just been compiling over the year. This was also a very hard video to research. A lot of the development and thoughts and opinions about the creators of this series just isn't available in a good format. A lot of it is taken from bits and pieces, and it's all over the place. I know I've been teasing this video for a while, but I can assure you it's our biggest, our best, and our baddest video yet. Please enjoy, and happy 20 years to Hot Wheels World Race. Usually when you look back on things that you enjoyed at a younger age, some things doesn't age as well as others.
If it's not fun, why bother?
That video game that you loved plays more poorly than you remembered. That show that you liked is a creepy abomination. But I have an interesting history with entertainment. I hated movies and TV shows growing up. Hated them. I never had the patience or the attention span to make it through a full movie. Now obviously that's different now as my patience and attention span has gotten better with age. So did my appreciation for other people's stories and characters, whether it be an audio drama, book, video game, or a movie. Stories and characters grab me first and foremost. If a movie doesn't have these two interlocking pieces, most likely it won't be good in my eyes. But there's one series of movies from my childhood that has arguably stood the test of time. A series whose characters are interesting, relatable, and likable. Its stories and ideas are so well done and unique that no other form of media has come close to coming up with it. It's a series that is very special to me. And that series is Hot Wheels. To say I didn't have a complete appreciation for stories at an early age would be ridiculous. I love to read constantly, actually, and I would always be getting in trouble for staying up too late, just poring over books. Zeth. Uh-oh. But one other thing is that I loved making up my own, just in a different form. Toys. And there was one toy line that I just never could let go of. Yep, I was a train kid. Guilty as charged. Trains, though, are what slowly led me into liking different forms of media. For some reason, I liked watching real trains. slowly going down the track for hours. I don't know. Obviously, I watched the classic Thomas the Tank Engine show. Get that out of here! But I still never had the patience to get through more than a few episodes. There's only a few times that I chose to watch a movie. Back in 2004 when Godzilla Final Wars was releasing on DVD, my dad gave me two choices. Buying that or a new toy. I chose Godzilla, obviously.
Listen, kid. There are two things you don't know about the Earth. One is me, and the other is Godzilla.
But because of my interest in trains and engines and just things that moved, obviously that slowly started to include cars. And one day I actually saw a commercial for a Hot Wheels track set.
In the swamp realm, you have just 30 seconds to defeat the Swamp Beast. This is my swamp. Attack the track with 6 speed.
After seeing that, I couldn't help but ask for it. So I had been pretty good lately, and my father bought it for me and spent hours setting it up. And what did he get? Me scared and running out of the room because the scary green man went,
Puny cars.
I was really scared of that?
You made me take it apart, take it back to the store, then a day later, you made me buy it again and put it back together.
Hot Wheels started to slowly be used more and more with my trains, and because of that, my collection grew. They were cheap as dirt though. I have no idea how much they cost now, but back then when I was collecting, you could get 2 cars for $1, and usually they were the whole buy 2, get 1 free or get a whole pack for free. So what I did was I would always pick one car that looked really cool and one blind bag car. I always thought the mystery car was the cooler one for me. And there was one car that I got that ended up being my favorite. Some orange car with a dragon on it. We'll come back to that. Around this time, however, there was a way to watch movies called VHS, or Video Home System. Instead of... it was more like this. But with physical media, you could go and rent videotapes at a place called Family Video.
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's too. Now that's an hilarious premise.
Not Blockbuster, they were expensive for us. But with Family Video, all kids' movies were free. So if I honestly wanted to rent the same movie over and over and over again, my parents really didn't care. And there was one movie that I rented over and over and over again. Now, I don't recall how I came across this, nor when I first rented it. I just remember that I would always rent it over and over and over again. Now, because I watched this movie so many times, it added even more to my love of Hot Wheels. I collected more cars, I got more track sets. But we never could afford a ton of the more recognizable sets like the Loop-de-Loop Dragon or the Trick Track sets that a lot seemed to have at the time. I would mostly make my own out of paper plates, other tracks from different sorts of play sets. But when I did get a set, oh, it was so much fun. For starters, I remember I would always get one of these water-changing playsets every once in a while. You would shoot the car into this tank full of water and it would change the car color. There was one that I remember I always had set up too. It was this mega ramp. You'd attach this bad boy to the back of the door and you'd have an elevator to have the car shoot up. The car would zoom down and you'd try to aim for this stupid cardboard cutout. But I just remember having that one set up all the time and it was a lot of fun. But the last big original Hot Wheels set I can honestly remember getting was Monkey Attack.
Wow. Try and challenge me with your super fast cars. I'll cut you to the floor and I'll trap you in bars. Just when you think you're on a roll, I'll chew you up and I'll swallow you whole. It's Gorilla Attack, and I'm crushing this town. What's that? A missile? Oh no, I'm going down!
This was my favorite set. My dad actually had to special order it online, and it was massive. This one was so cool to me, and it still is kind of. It kind of reminds me of a Rube Goldberg set. There's all these different pathways that your car could take, not to mention because I was a big Kaiju fan, it made the set even better. I always called this the King Kong set when I was little. The only issue with this playset was that we did have to send it off every once in a while for replacement parts because they were faulty. But honestly, that's how I started my collection and my way of getting into Hot Wheels. Everybody's got their own story, from their favorite cars to their favorite sets, and even their own memories. But let's turn the clock back a little bit to that movie. Highway 35. Eventually, things started to switch over to DVD, and Family Video with it. And Family Video stopped carrying VHS, and with that, my movie. But what made this movie so great to me? It's a children's movie based off a toy line. How could it be good? 3 words: story, characters, and creativity. Highway 35 is probably one of the coolest ideas I've ever heard of in a kids movie. There's robots, cyborgs, alternate dimensions, cars that go over 300 miles per hour, and those cars also have special powers. It's a lot to take in, but trust me. The story behind Highway 35 is that Mattel was gearing up for the 35th anniversary of the Hot Wheels franchise back in 2003. So to celebrate, what better way than to release something special? The Highway 35 line was born.
It's the Hot Wheels World Race! Now you can be part of the World Race! Choose from 35 tricked out cars, and if you buy all 35 cars, you can send away to get the World Race Ultimate Track Set free! Plus shipping and handling by mail while supplies last. Batteries not included. See package for details.
Going faster, gonna pass ya.
Hot Wheels leading the way! Hot Wheels World Race cars, each sold separately.
35 being a very special number, with the lineup being split into 5 different teams: the Wave Rippers, Street Breed, Road Beasts, Dune Rats, and Scorchers. Each team was made up of 7 different vehicles and their respective driver. So, 35 different cars in total. And what's even more cooler is the outlier. If you counted Z36 as the last car, that's the 36th car. Z36. This series is more smarter than it needs to be. And honestly, this is just so cool. When I was little, I always wondered why specifically the highway was numbered 35. Other than the world race starting specifically at this highway, there was no other explanation in the movie.
I call the track Highway 35 because that's where it begins.
Same goes for the teams. Why 35 racers? Well, it was because of the anniversary of Hot Wheels. This is just an awesome way to tie the lineup to the actual celebration and year. For me, I was never able to collect the official World Race cars. I got into the series around 2005, by the time the car series had been long gone, which I'm honestly really sad about because these cars are gorgeous, along with every single car being personalized. When I was trying my best to collect Diora 2 models, I didn't collect the Diora 2 car, I collected the Vert Wheeler car. I absolutely love the packaging of these. Compared to a regular Hot Wheels, these have a completely different look. It feels special with the car being displayed almost in this dome-like package. It just feels like it was tailor-made for collectors. As for the cars themselves, I've never had any, nor have I ever seen one in person. But judging from the pictures and the videos, these have a noticeably higher quality than a traditional Hot Wheel. There's so much detail from the logos and the paint. Overall, just extremely high quality. Along with every single car though, there are things that were included. Some had VHS tapes, but every single car had a mini comic book exploring the backstory of that character in the car. This is honestly still one of the best marketing ideas I've ever seen. And it's a shame that not more of it's done. The only other toy line I can honestly think about that did this was the Masters of the Universe.
This toy comes with something that can really open up a kid's imagination. Its own legend.
He-Man!
The reason that it's so genius is because it gets kids into the world. It gives you something to latch on to. Instead of it being a generic cool car, now you're more attached to the story behind that car and the character. Plus, if maybe someone didn't like a specific car in the lineup, they would still buy that car because they wanted to see what happens next in the story.
Paper bag or triple mylar?
No thanks, I'll just eat it here.
The story of the comic books is actually quite decent, but like the Masters of the Universe, the comics are very different from the movies. But it does have its similarities. For starters, all the characters have different designs. You can probably chalk this up to the two being different mediums of storytelling, but that's one. Another is that the cars aren't in separate classes, meaning that they don't have superpowers. They can take a beating like they can in the movie, but there's not one car built for a specific terrain better than another. Galorum looks completely different in the comic books, sprouting more of long blonde hair instead of that silver short white. Probably the biggest change is instead of the world race being won by Vert Wheeler, it was Banji Castile. But other than that, the similarities are mostly the same, just happening a little different than that of the movie. For instance, there's still the greatest challenge, Lonnie gets stuck in lava, the reveal of Z36 being Kurt Wilde. They're similar in event, but are very different than that of the movie. Another thing that I have to point out is that the art of these comics. It reminds me so much of early Image comics. So many of these panels look like they were from Spawn or Bone or Invincible. It has a very similar art style. One cool fact about these little comic books is actually that Jeff Gomez had a small creative partner that helped out, Fabian Nieza, who was not only the co-creator of X-Force, but the creator of Deadpool and Shatterstar. Oh, I'm invested. Honestly, the rabbit hole for this just never ends. This is honestly really cool, and it blows my mind, because the comics that he was a part of are really, really good. And it also shows another layer of quality that was added to just the comic books. But honestly, in total, this is not a bad way to celebrate the 35th anniversary of a toy franchise. I think it's better than what they did with their 50th celebration, but that's all their celebration was going to be. A simple new lineup of toys with a comic book included. Then enters a man called Jeff Gomez. Growing up, he had a love of movies and video games like Pong and Speed Racer. He always imagined himself as a storyteller and a creator. So when he went to college, he went to school for studying writing and film production. A little bit after this though, he found himself working for a little comic book company called Valiant Comic Books, or you might know him as Acclaim. He worked as a writer and an editor, having a massive success in the 1990s, working on Magic the Gathering and also creating Turok and Turok 2. Having those being massive hits in their medium, Jeff decided to leave Valiant and form his own company, Starlight Runner Entertainment. While he was at Valiant Comics though, working on Magic the Gathering, one other thing that contributed to his massive success with Turok and Magic was that Jeff Gomez was a supporter for expressing a world in different forms of media. For instance, with Magic the Gathering, the video game that he produced was a sequel to the comic books. And once you wanted to know more about the world that he created, there was additional lore available on the internet. Remember, this is the 1990s. Nothing like this had ever been done before. And people loved this. Now we enter his boss, Amy Smith Bolin, who was his boss at Acclaim Entertainment. She left to go work for Mattel as the big boss of Hot Wheels. She remembered what Jeff did with Turok and Magic, and out of the blue, she just called him up and said, "Hey, can you do for Hot Wheels what you did for Turok and Magic the Gathering?" Having been a massive fan of Hot Wheels growing up, Jeff jumped at this opportunity. Now Jeff, he had plans. Big plans. But remember, all Mattel wanted to do was a simple comic strip, along with their toys. Now, as he was describing his story about the world race for the comic book, he mentioned how it would be perfect for animation. But here's the problem with that. Animation, it ain't cheap. And that's one thing that Mattel had a problem with. But Jeff had an idea. From working in the video games industry, he had a plan for that. He suggested using the assets from Mainframe's Barbie movies, and that he would build a world for Hot Wheels from the worlds presented in those movies.
Just to set the record straight, I do wash my clothes.
This is insane, and also genius at the same time. Not only does it explain why the worlds are a bit generic in the first movie, you have the lava, the jungle, ice, but it repurposed the assets, making it cost-effective for Mattel. But remember, they did not plan this. All they wanted was the comic book. But with everything to gain and nothing to lose, Mattel said yes to Jeff Gomez. So Jeff Gomez is the father and the creator of Highway 35, its stories, and its characters. But when it comes to the characters of Highway 35, it's actually a pretty interesting story. In an interview with JC Squared, when asked about the representation of different races and females, Jeff Gomez responded saying this: "These characters are from all over the world, and that's what we tried to communicate. This is a worldwide franchise, and you want to see that reflected in the world." At the time, this was understandable, and Mattel got it. Remember, 9/11 was just a few months before all this. It was still fresh in people's minds. So the only character that Jeff said they were nervous about was Kadeem. But Jeff responded by saying this:
I said it's so important for young people in the Middle East to see themselves in this race and to see themselves as good-natured, good human beings who are competent and who can, win one of the races and so forth.
This is honestly really cool, and it shows a lot about Jeff as a person. But now we turn our attention to the female representation. With the female characters like Lonnie, Mattel was like, that's never been done before. And they're right. When you think about it, with a lot of boys' toy franchises, if there's a female character, it's usually the only one, or there's either a good one and a bad one. I usually think back to Thundercats, He-Man, Ninja Turtles, so they were right. It's never been done before this way. This is a boy's property. But after a long push and pull, Mattel finally agreed to it. Which honestly, I never minded as a kid. The female characters were just as cool as the male ones. The diversity in this movie never felt out of place like it does a lot of the times nowadays in movies. It's a world race, so that explains why there's so many different races and genders. And it never really pauses on this. They're just characters, each one with their own background and story. So it's never distracting in the final film. But that begs the question, why was this so good? Because it's awesome.
Let's do it. Shoot the girls. Good,
The idea behind making an animated show or a movie behind a toy line has always had mixed results. Sometimes they can be extremely good and iconic.
He-Man!
But they always feel cheap at times. Take He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. The animation is just not the best. They reuse a lot of animation, and while the show's awesome, its quality can vary. Thundercats was okay, but I never was really a fan of it. Lego has always had very cheap animation, and their movies have never really been good in my opinion. The Lego movie is in a different catalog. Same goes for something like Transformers. I'm a massive G1 fan, but that original series can be rough to watch at times. So when it comes to shows based on a toy line, the results can be mixed, and most of the time, they find it difficult to incorporate what made the toys so cool for kids. Very rarely a show nails it and hits it on the head exactly. But when a show does nail that, and what made the toys special from the start, it adds so much more love to the toy line. Highway 35 nailed this in every aspect. Hot Wheels when I was a kid meant fast cars and crazy tracks. With those two in mind, I could make up the rest. Who my drivers were, car names, track names, you name it. The rest was up for free game. Highway 35 made me love Hot Wheels more because it nails this. There's super fast cars. You're able to feel the power of them. When a shot like this happens, that is how it would play out in my head as a kid. Same goes for the 300-mile-per-hour thing. Come on, who didn't do this as a kid? Also, if you had any track sets growing up, you would know that they had these little booster parts that would launch the car through the whole track. These are actually in the movie too. It's a small detail that is just taken from the toys. Same thing goes for the tracks in the show. They're mostly orange, but there's other colors like purple. This was because Hot Wheel tracks were always orange. Sometimes they were other colors, but mostly they were orange. Like the boosters, it's just another detail taken from the toys, and it's incorporated in a way that's not distracting. I mean, the people behind this just knew how to make Hot Wheels look cool. Like I said also, one thing that I loved with Hot Wheels was crazy tracks. And while this one maybe doesn't have the craziest ones, it has some really cool ones. The first race has this skyscraper loop while the race goes through a volcano at the end. The second race is more of this cliffside racing with crazy loops and a big jump. The third race, while not being my favorite, there's this awesome part where the racers have to drive up this dinosaur's tail and jump out the mouth. While the last race is just this typical Antarctica place, ending in this awesome Hot Wheels city with all sorts of tracks and loops. And there's even the shark from all those Shark Bite playsets. While it's pretty cookie cutter as in terms of it's a lava place, it's a jungle, it's an ice and snow area, they still take full advantage of all the hazards that those ones would present. One person gets stuck in lava, some don't make specific jumps or loops. They're all just extremely well done. I guess the only thing that is a little unfair is that each team has special powers integrated into their cars. While this is cool, some cars have it way better equipped than others. Let me explain. The Wave Rippers have these turbojets on the bottom of their car so that they can launch and hover around. Scorchers, they can protect themselves with this cow catcher and metal wheels, and they can drive through lava or bash solid metal. Dune Rats, they can only change their tires into spikes, but they can drive through very thick terrain. Street Breed, they have this stupid camera that can show the best direction of driving. And finally the Road Beasts, who have a chainsaw. See where I'm going with this? While in the movie it's still all about your skill as a driver and utilizing those skills, you can see how some have it better than others. My favorite was always the Wave Ripper cars and the Scorchers, the Diora 2 and the Stingray being always my favorite. But for as cool as the cars are, their drivers are just as memorable. Our main character personifies what we thought was cool in the late 90s and the early 2000s.
Radical!
Vert Wheeler. He's a 16-year-old surfer and a skateboarder. Oh, also, he's a really good driver.
I'm gonna be the best driver in the world.
You made a perfect score on the written test and the driving test.
Vert Wheeler. While he was my favorite when I was younger, I do think that as I've gotten older, he's a lot more interesting later on in the series. Here, he's just kind of the average cocky teenager that nobody really likes at first until he's thrust into a situation where he's forced to make a change. It's not the worst, and it's actually handled really well. Throughout it, he slowly learns to be a team player and a leader. It's not deep, but it's executed very well. Same goes for a lot of the other characters, but here I find them a lot more likable and interesting than Vert. All of the main players here have interesting and likable backstories and reasons for participating in the race. While Vert just wants to prove that he's the best of the best, and that changes slowly, I think that the person that's the most interesting is Kadeem. Kadeem enters the race for an unselfish reason. See, it's revealed later in the movie that his reason is that he wants to help his village. He comes from a poor area, so the reward money would be of use and help him out. And he wants to use that to help his people.
I want to win, yes, but not just for myself. To get the money our people need.
But what's so cool is that this arc interlocks with Vert's, where Vert learns to become less selfish because of Kadeem.
Huh. Funny, I never thought about what winning means to other people. Just what it means to me.
I absolutely love this in stories when characters can have an effect on each other. And out of all the things that it's done well in, it's a Hot Wheels movie. More characters like Banji and Taro. They don't necessarily have a complete arc, but they're cool and they're interesting.
I never get tired of this! I'm gonna pass.
There's plenty of time that the movie focuses on the main drivers, mostly because the tracks are designed where that each one throws one of the drivers into the spotlight. Like with the ice track where Marky and Vert are more the main character, or the desert track with Kadeem. It's pretty cool that a toy tie-in cartoon was able to make such likable characters right out of the gate.
Open the gates!
One of my favorites is Kurt Wilde. Now I'm gonna be honest, this is one of the worst twists of all time. You see it coming so fast that it's distracting. But he is still an interesting character. His relationship with his brother, for example, with how he may show no remorse for his brother, but underneath he still cares for. And this is taken and explored even more so in the next series to come. Probably the best character in the entire series is Dr. Tesla. He's always mysterious, conveying only what he wants his drivers to know, whether it be that to their benefit or their detriment. But he's also shown to care about his drivers. But it always seems like he's a man that's haunted by his own ambition, and that he cares about the goal in the long run more so. Which, speaking of the goal, the ideas and the story that World Race tells is so cool. Basically, Dr. Tesla is after an all-powerful item called the Wheel of Power, and while he's trying to send in the fastest car, it's not all about speed in these tracks. So that's why he recruits drivers from all around the world for this.
Drivers with unique skills have been recruited from all over the world.
With a massive prize pool of $5 million for whoever retrieves the Wheel of Power. Honestly, it's simple enough where I never was confused as a kid, but it's still interesting enough for an adult. What exactly is the Wheel of Power? Some questions aren't answered entirely until the sequel series, like the topics of the Accelerons or Dr. Tesla's past, or even the Wheel of Power itself. But once they are, it is fantastic, and all the puzzle pieces link in with each other. For instance, the Wheel of Power being another portal that drivers can go in for even more challenging races is an amazing idea. Dr. Tesla being almost a rogue researcher that was a part of a bigger corporation that later is a villain team. I mean, the ideas that Jeff Gomez was able to dream up, he was totally right about it working in animation. The guy was a genius. And it went even beyond this show. Back in the 70s, there was an original Hot Wheels TV show, for example.
Hot Wheels! Hot Wheels! Always chasing, always racing. Hot Wheels! Hot Wheels!
This show is an absolute blast to go back to and includes a ton of famous voices like Albert Brooks and Casey Kasem. They're the original voice of Shaggy, and you have Marlin from Finding Nemo.
Check out my pecs, little man!
But what Jeff saw was an opportunity with this show. The main character in this show is a high schooler named Jack Rabbit Wheeler. This character is supposed to be the grandfather of Vert Wheeler. It was confirmed by Gomez himself.
There's Jack from the comics and the original animated show in the 60s. He's Vert's grandpa.
This is so cool to see an older show tied into a newer one in a very subtle way. I highly recommend that you go check out the show for yourself. Other ways that Gomez had the brand expand was through a video game tie-in. The Highway 35 game was released on PS2, GameCube, and Game Boy Advance at the time. Now, I never got it, and I never played it. But judging by the gameplay, it takes a lot of liberties, and that's really no problem for me, just as long as it controls well and the gameplay is fun. And the graphics, they look great. They have that cartoony flair that the movie had. Overall, it doesn't look that bad. I'll probably pick up a copy in the future. There was another video game, in fact, too. It was a PC online multiplayer game called Planet Hot Wheels.
You have been chosen to take part in the World Race. Log on to planethotwheels.com to pick your team, select your driver, and get ready to race against other players live. Some are experienced drivers, while others have talents that have not yet been discovered. I am looking for the greatest driver in the world. If that's you, join the race at planethotwheels.com. Codes available in World Race Episode 2 videos and in unmarked random World Race packages.
There was a lot of ties here to World Race. In this, you could race your friends and people online in tracks inspired by the movie. And honestly, I think this is just so cool to see footage from this. I always find it fascinating with early online video games. And this is pretty cool. But sadly, its servers were shut down in 2004. You know, going through all the different ways that Mattel was willing to celebrate 35 years of Hot Wheels, it's a lot of fun. From just how experimental they got to taking a huge chance on a movie. It's honestly refreshing compared to nowadays with brands. But now after all the work that was done with Mattel and Highway 35, Jeff Gomez took all of his ideas and wanted to pitch an original intellectual property for the big head honcho, Disney. Basically what he wanted to do was do the exact same thing like he did with Hot Wheels, but with a different property. With the Highway 35 line making big bucks, over $600 million, Disney was intrigued, and they asked him, could you do the same thing, but with Pirates of the Caribbean? So Hot Wheels was influencing Disney, and you could say that it still has today. Disney loves its big franchises in Star Wars and Marvel. You could connect that all the way back to a simple idea to produce an animated movie about Hot Wheels. After the big success, though, that was Hot Wheels World Race, Mattel seemed to move on. But little did we know, Highway 35 was only the beginning. Usually sequels are just not as good. Let's all be honest here. Sequels are usually bogged down by the go big or go home thought. Bigger action, bigger story, and more characters. These can be a detriment to a movie if not thought out properly. Think about movies like Tron Legacy, Cars 2, Quantum of Solace, Revenge of the Fallen. All of these took great or okay movies and said, yeah, let's mess them up. I can't stand it when sequels do this incorrectly. But here's the kicker. AcceleRacers did this, but executed it perfectly. The story begins after Mattel saw an opportunity. The Highway 35 line was a success and the cartoon was doing very well. They decided to continue the story, just without Gomez. The most that he was involved in was making suggestions and reviewing material. He and his team were thrilled with it happening, they were just disappointed that they weren't all creatively involved more. But some people did return. Our directing duo Andrew Duncan and William Law, they were mostly here breaking up directing duties. Mark Edens, who helped on the script for World Race, was back writing all 4 movies this time. This helped keep a consistent story and great character arcs throughout all 4 movies. Development for the movies began around February of 2004, with some of the early names being suggested like AcceleRacers or Realm Racers. They were being thrown around before finally settling on AcceleRacers. The name AcceleRacers seems to be a mix of both the MacGuffin items, the AcceleChargers, and just Racer. AcceleRacers. Going from World Race to AcceleRacers is a massive difference. For one, AcceleRacers is much more darker and far more aimed at older kids rather than World Race, which was aimed at a younger audience. So much so, it even surprised Jeff Gomez, who stated, I was as shocked as anyone by some of the redesigns in AcceleRacers. Mattel seriously wanted to age up the characters to appeal to a somewhat older audience. I have to admit, it took a while for some of them to grow on me, especially Taro. While it is still for children, a lot of the character arcs and themes are adult. Some are about forgiveness and death, others about your own personal shortcomings and failures. It's not the deepest at times, but it's executed so well that even someone like my dad could get invested into this world and its characters. Speaking of the characters, in the world, 2 years go by in between the story of Highway 35 and AcceleRacers. So while there's plenty of new faces, the returning ones from World Race are aged up here and have changed dramatically. Speaking of changes, instead of a bajillion different teams like with World Race, it's simplified here to 2 street teams, the Teku and the Metal Maniacs. Both are extremely distinct and separate. The Teku are more of this high-tech slick cars with big speakers on them, and the Metal Maniacs are more of this junkyard muscle car that looked like it was put together by themselves. AcceleRacers, like Highway 35, spawned its own line of die-cast cars. These are not presented in a collectible way like the Highway 35 ones, but the cars are just as cool and detailed. Now remember, I had the Swamp Realm track set, as well as that orange dragon car, but I had no idea at the time that it came from a cartoon or that Highway 35 even had a sequel series. The way that I found out is that my mother would constantly go to the library and grab me things if she thought I would like it. One day, she brought me back a new Hot Wheels DVD called Breaking Point. Now looking at it, there's no indication that this is a sequel or has any ties to Highway 35. So you can imagine my surprise when the first shot is this.
I don't know what's happening to me. I won the world race. I'm supposed to be the best.
Wait, what? Whoa, wait. Pause. I was never more confused or excited by starting a movie. They also have all these brief flashbacks, and it showed this.
I couldn't make it to the end of the swamp realm.
Wait, my swamp track's in this? The amount of questions that I had, and as the movie went on, I was hooked. Here's the bad thing though. Sometimes at a library, they don't have what you're looking for. So instead of watching all 4 movies in order, I had to wait for whichever one came in next. I ended up watching Breaking Point first, The Speed of Silence next, then The Ultimate Race, and finally Ignition. With me renting them out so many times at the library, my parents actually bought me this sweet 4-disc box set. Now I could rewatch them to my heart's content. And because of that, I was able to show my friends and my cousins the series, and they even got into it as well. AcceleRacers is one of those series where the story and characters are so good, people forget you're showing them a toy tie-in product. Now because I had my own copies, I could explore as much of the extras as I liked. They had all sorts of trailers, obviously, but there was 4 things that always kept me coming back. They had this virtual garage, so to speak, thing, where you would get extra information on the characters, the cars.
Synchro. With a 500 horsepower twin-turbo rotary engine and carbon fiber racing brakes, this car starts fast and stops on a dime.
I would just pore over these, reading up on them, making sure that I could prove I was the biggest fan of AcceleRacers. They also had these quote-unquote games where you would answer a select question about the movie or a tidbit about cars, and then you would help the driver throughout the track. The next is a commercial for a card game that they had. Remember how Highway 35 had a comic book included? Well, with AcceleRacers, it was a card game that they had. It had its own rules, and in this video, it's explained in a very fun way.
What is that?
It's an AcceleCharger, the most powerful card in the game. AcceleChargers can be played on any vehicle, and they can't be destroyed by hazards. Monkey's using his last 3 action points to play it. This is it! The Hot Wheels AcceleRacers collectible card game. Get in the race.
It's not too complex, but it's just deep enough where you could definitely get into it. But I was never able to get into the card game because I never actually bought the cars. I had them, but I never bought them brand new. A friend of mine gave them to me. I went over to his house one day for a party, and I couldn't really care less about the adults talking, so I went into the basement. There, all my friends, they were playing video games, and I liked Mario at this point, or Twisted Metal, but not NBA 2K Live whatever. So out of boredom, I saw his bin in the corner full of Trick Track sets and other Hot Wheels. And as I pulled out cars, I noticed one in the bottom that looked familiar. It was a Metal Maniac car. I started to tear through that bin, seeing if there was any more, and oh boy, I found almost every single car. From the Teku to the drones to the silencers, they were all here. That whole entire night, I was playing with those cars. And actually, the kid who owned this collection walked up to me and just said, "Oh yeah, you can have them if you want." That was honestly so nice and cool of him, and I'll never forget that. The bad thing is, after a few moves and after a few years, I no longer know where any of them went really. But I had them. Finally, the last thing on the extras was the shorts. Just like Highway 35, AcceleRacers debuted on TV first before DVD. While they played out the movies, in order to tease the next episode, they would play these shorts. The only bad thing is these are almost integral to the story. Things happen in these that would affect the movies. For instance, in one short, they steal a tire that helps them make switchable tire treads. The bad thing is that while it's mentioned in the movie, you kinda need to watch the shorts for it to make sense. Not the biggest deal, but it is weird that they couldn't have been edited into the movies on the DVD, rather than just in extras features. Now at this time, because my love for video games were growing at the exact same time, I began to get Hot Wheels video games. I didn't have the Highway 35 game, but I remember one night I actually went to the mall with my mom, and there she got me's Hot Wheels Stunt Track Challenge on the Game Boy Advance. This game was fun to me, but looking at it now, it runs like trash, and it was extremely hard to play for me as a kid. I never got past the first track, to be honest. Playing it now, it's not too hard, but it still runs at 2 frames a second. Later on, I got another Hot Wheels game on the Wii, Hot Wheels Beat That. This is what I was looking for in a Hot Wheels game. It's not full-size cars, it's exactly like the toys instead, racing around real-world places. The soundtrack is excellent too, with a hard rock vibe throughout. There's actually a lot of AcceleRacers cars here, so that made it even more fun to me. AcceleRacers also appears in the actual game, with its DVD box placed throughout as blockers. I always thought it was so cool to see something that I personally owned appearing in a video game. Playing it now though, its motion controls on the Wii version are way too loose, and it hasn't aged that great. Luckily, there's other versions on the 360 and the PlayStation 2. Because though I had so much fun with these games, it made me want to watch the movies more and more. But unlike Highway 35, I watched AcceleRacers just as much. AcceleRacers took everything Highway 35 started and ran with it. Stories, characters, and animation are elevated here by a lot. Before, characters seemed almost one-dimensional in Highway 35. It did the job, but I never watched it for the characters, mostly the amazing races. In AcceleRacers, I would not only watch it for the over-the-top car scenes, but I would also watch it for the cool, interesting characters.
Give me a wrench, monkey. A monkey wrench.
Like I said, there's new characters on top of returning ones. Old characters like Marky and Kurt continue their story off of Highway 35. In this, after a deal went south, Marky was put in prison and changed dramatically. He consistently blames Kurt and wants to prove that he's better than him, and is not worthless to his team. This isn't solved in one movie though, it's something that's consistently changing throughout all 4 movies, and it's done extremely well. Kurt, on the other hand, while having to deal with his brother, also has to deal with his turn that happened in the world race, and trying to show that he can be a trusted individual.
And if something does go wrong, we'll be in it together.
This is what you call character development. Vert here returns and is struggling with winning the world race. He has proven himself as a competent leader, but others refuse to see that. Throughout it, he struggles to live up to being the world's best driver. He consistently makes mistakes throughout, and it dissolves his confidence more and more. He sees himself as a liability instead of being a helpful member of the Teku.
Son Sometimes we beat the drones and win AcceleRacers. But not because of me.
Porkchop at first seems like he's the biggest and the baddest out of the Metal Maniacs, with his only soft spot being for his best friend, Mitchell.
Hey, the name's Monkey!
But you slowly start to see his character more. You learn that he's afraid of water because...
My daddy, see, he drowned when I was a little boy.
It's not the deepest, but it still makes for an interesting character. Probably my favorite arc is between the two new characters, Nolo and Torque. Both have a deep, cemented hatred for each other. But it's not for a stupid reason. They're both the leaders of their respective teams. So this explains the rivalry between the Teku and the Metal Maniacs. Originally, Nolo had an older brother that died in a race against Torque. Nolo blames Torque throughout the entire series for this, lying to himself mostly about who was to really blame. And in turn, while Torque knows it's not his fault, he starts to question and doubt himself. Like I said, this isn't something brought up and sorted out in one go. All of these are stretched out across all 4 movies, with it being the catalyst to the majority of the conflict. The characters here are definitely not the deepest, but for a children's movie, for a children's property that's based off a toy, this is incredibly well done and executed. There's a mature layer here that may be easily brushed aside because of the property or even the animation. Which, let's talk about the animation. In my opinion, it's better and it's worse. It's better from the characters in the movement and the facial animation. World Race had some decent character animation, but here in AcceleRacers, it's improved in my opinion a lot. Here's where we get into the bad. I think its car scenes haven't really improved that much. While in total, it's an improvement in some aspects. The new worlds and the tracks have cooler environments and lighting. Cars here have more detail on the models. But in motion, the cars seem stiff. While in World Race, cars had a lot more of a realistic style when they were driven. In AcceleRacers, it has realistic style at times, but sometimes it looks worse in my opinion. I don't know exactly how to describe it. But you might be saying, okay Zeth, but what about the story? It's a pretty good story. AcceleRacers takes a ton of the concepts and the stories from World Race and expands upon them dramatically. A lot of the points from World Race, like the Wheel of Power, Galorum, Dr. Tesla, and the Accelerons, they're explained more here. First of all, the Accelerons. They were this one-sentence thing in World Race that was easily brushed aside.
It was built eons ago by technologically advanced beings, perhaps from another world. Beings whom I call the Accelerons.
They were the ones who built Highway 35. But that's it. Here, they're explained and elaborated more on, but it's still mysterious enough where you're not given all the information. They're these weird aliens once you do see one, and their purpose is explained. It's not stupid. Speaking of having a purpose, the races. In World Race, when a race was won, it was more so to see who's just the best, and to explore uncharted territory of Highway 35. There never was really a reason besides, hey, maybe the wheel will show up at the end of this track, maybe. In AcceleRacers, there's a massive reason to win every single race. First of all the tracks are incredibly difficult and hard. So in every race, if someone was to be the winner, they would obtain the MacGuffin item, an AcceleCharger. An AcceleCharger gives the user special abilities depending on the track that they won from. So for instance, the Storm Realm grants the Storm AcceleCharger, and once it's activated, it can protect that car from lightning hits. Same goes for all the others. Each realm has its own unique AcceleCharger that grants its own unique ability. So not only would you want to win them to guarantee some help on the next unexplored world, but the other reason is to keep them out of reach of Galorum. Galorum in Highway 35 was your typical villain, but she was revealed to be a cyborg at the end. Not really the coolest thing in the world, but here in this series, she's a full-blown Terminator. She has her own army of drivers this time that she sends in to get the AcceleChargers. So hence, all the more reason for the Teku and the Metal Maniacs to win the races. If Galorm was to get all the AcceleChargers, she would rule the world. I like this because it just adds purpose to the races. You couldn't take them out of this series. It raises the stakes and it just makes things more interesting, especially the AcceleChargers. Just seeing what each power was granted and how it happens was just so cool when I was a kid. The environments in AcceleRacers are amazing. They have some really good details, in fact, in specific realms. For instance, you have the murky detail in the swamp realm, or the dark to the colorful conditions of the water realm. They definitely upgraded the ideas here. There's no two environments that feel similar, kinda like they did in Highway 35. We go from water to city to the death-defying cliffside. There's just so many cool ideas getting thrown here. And because of that, they take full advantage of the environment. For instance, the swamp realm, the tracks are layered with this slippery vine. It makes the driver have to choose the best terrain. And here's what I think the coolest thing in AcceleRacers is. Each race teaches a lesson. You're not told this until a little ways through, but it makes sense. The Accelerons, the aliens, they wanted to form the ultimate driver, basically. Highway 35 was just a taste of skill and a starting point, while AcceleRacers is the midpoint and the conclusion. For instance, the lava realm is about how the track affects your tires. The junk realm, it's about how testing the ability to hit the apex of a turn.
Yeah! Hit the apex!
The cliffside realm is about drifting. The storm realm is about testing the ability to avoid distractions and focus on the track. It's pretty cool to see actual racing terms and strategies being used. And there's a ton more, all to culminate in the ultimate race. A race focusing on testing every single skill learned by the driver to see whether they're worthy or not of racing the Accelerons themselves. I've just always found this super cool, and it just adds another layer to the races that makes you go, oh. A lot of the development and concept art of this has been saved, luckily. You can go check out early designs for characters, realms, and designs. They're all very different here, actually. A lot of these date back to 2004. I've always found it so cool to see just how different one of your favorite shows was in early development. If you're a fan, definitely look them up. But let's get back to those tracks. After watching all these movies, however, it started to affect my way of playing with Hot Wheels itself. Of course, I would make up my own stories before this with Hot Wheels, but now I was making up my own stories with AcceleRacers, realms, AcceleChargers, and tracks. I remember I would jam my King Kong set with my Swamp Realm track and others that I would have to form this mammoth track. I would take other household items like paper plates and toilet paper rolls to form even crazier tracks. AcceleRacers was just everything that if you were a kid and you liked Hot Wheels, this entire series was designed for you with the love and the care that you felt for your own personal car collection. It's something that I can't really describe well. It was just done very well. But it wasn't just kids that could enjoy the show. Adults do too. And while you might be saying I got my nostalgia goggles on, take it from someone who definitely wouldn't.
I think for me, the reason why I enjoyed the series is, first of all, it was the first little kid show that I had seen that had a pretty unique storyline. So the storyline was pretty big. You know, you had kind of like the Fast and the Furious families in there. So you had the cars with all the neat designs and tools. You had the weird tracks. You had these anomalies that would pop up all over the place. And even though the characters might not know exactly why they're trying to win these, what are those things called? Yeah, the AcceleChargers. You still had someone behind manipulating them all. So there was a lot of storyline, like a Star Wars or, there's just a big, huge storyline. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And I liked how they did the characters. A lot of times when you have a cartoon, it's the exact same type of thing. You'll have a stupid character, you'll have a smart character, you'll have, the cool character. And they did that to a certain aspect, but they all had, parts in them that were really good. So even Monkey and Meatloaf, or what was that guy called? Pork Chop. So even those two guys, for instance, you know, yeah, they were kind of like your comedy duo, but they were still good at driving cars, and they would win races. So even kind of like your goofballs still added to the plot. They just weren't there to make another stupid voice like in a lot of your cartoons for little kids. And it was just kind of neat. There was, you know, there was even some emotional storylines in there. And although you're not going to cry for the cartoon, I could see how you could take this type of movie, if you do it right, and you have kind of like a, you know, a futuristic take to it, but you kept it similar, and you could make a live action film. I think that you had the storylines. You know, a lot of times when you take a little kid movie and you turn it into adult themed, you have to really change a lot of the storylines. But here it's got all the plots, all the characters, all their backstories, all their cars, all their specialties. Another thing I thought was cool is sometimes they force things into movies, like diversity, for instance. But this one made total sense because they had to pick people from all over the world. So when you see people from all different backgrounds, it just makes sense, so you don't even think twice about it. Again, I think that would be a positive if they ever made a live action. You wouldn't have anybody griping one way or the other, because that's just part of the original storyline from 20 years ago. And I think the last thing I liked is it was fun. So even though you had all this kind of like a dark storyline, it still was made for kids. It was really fun, great tracks, great, you know, car scenes. The bad guys were robots, so no one ever got hurt. That was kind of fun.
How does this for you compare to like Masters of the Universe and Thundercats? Because I know that you liked those a lot growing up.
I would say Hot Wheels is a lot different because Hot Wheels have been around for, I don't even know when, but before I was born. And they've always had little tiny cartoons, like the Hanna-Barbera cartoon and things like that, but nothing big. Where He-Man and Thundercats, they wanted to come out with a toy line, and to help celebrate or to promote it, they came out with a cartoon. So that was basically a big commercial to buy the toy line. And it was cool because they were all these weird characters, and that's what I enjoyed, is just science fiction or fantasy characters. So I never got into the cars. So I think the difference is you already had a toy line in place for decades. And then what they did is they took that toy line and they were able to make a good story. Almost kind of like the old movie Battleship. You know, they had this game that was lasting for, you know, when my dad's dad played it back in the 40s or 50s, whenever it first came out. And they took that and they made a movie about battleships fighting aliens. And it was kind of neat, but you could see how much they had to change with that. And that's kind of how, you know, this is with the AcceleRacers, is they already had the cars. You already had all these different cars, so they had to actually make a whole new mythos, which the other cartoons that you mentioned, like He-Man and Thundercats, they created the cartoon to help sell the figures. So I just think they did a really good job coming up with a story about cars. And one thing that you could even look at is they did a good job before there was the Fast and the Furious, before they made Speed Racer, the movie, you know, the live action movie. They did all these things before any of that was there. And even though their budget wasn't big, the graphics, you know, nowadays they look a little dated, but they still look really good because they're all played out a certain way. They all have like a theme. So even though they're a little outdated, they still look really good.
Do you remember like the first memory with it, or like me introducing it to you? Like, how did this even come about where you started watching the show?
I remember the first one was it Route 35 or what is it?
Yeah,
Route
Highway 35.
Yeah, Highway 35. So that cartoon we got at the library, which you would always go and rent. And for some reason, as a little kid, you hated watching TV. You just like playing with cars and trains and making train tracks. So we found this, you know, we'd get Candyland, the movie. You love that one. you got this one, and for some reason, once you got a movie, if there was something about it that you liked, you would just rent it every single time we'd go. And this is one of those movies, and so, you know, the first time you put it in, you're busy doing something, because we never watched TV back then, hardly. And then finally you started building these elaborate tracks, and you'd get, you know, your Hot Wheels set out, and you'd turn the tracks or bend the things, or you'd get toilet paper rolls, and you'd set up these jumps and boxes, and I was wondering where you got all these neat ideas. And so I was watching it one day with you, and it was kind of a weird, you know, they're going through swampland or whatever, and all these cool jumps and tracks, and I thought, that's kind of cool. And I don't remember how we found the series after that, the 4 or 5 movies after that, but I got into it right away as soon as we started watching it. And so what I thought was really neat is I think it helped you growing up, because you didn't like movies again, but it helped give you a bigger imagination of what you could do with all of your tracks. You'd have your train tracks hooked up to your Hot Wheel tracks, and although they didn't fit perfectly, you'd somehow have this car going down and hit the rumble train track, and it was just crazy. You'd go through our hallway and living room, and it was just really neat. So I really appreciated just how that helped you growing up with your imagination.
Unlike how Highway 35 had so many tie-ins and even its own video game, AcceleRacers never had an official video game tie-in. There may have been plans. I mean, there was this long-lost article that was discovered stating this. There are also plans for an AcceleRacers video game in the future. Now, all of these came to fruition, the cards, the show, but this is the only evidence that an AcceleRacers game was ever planned. Maybe in the future we'll see something like concept art, I don't know. But there are games out there that have some AcceleRacers ties. Hot Wheels beat that, which we'll talk about in a bit, and also Hot Wheels Ultimate Racing for the PSP. Now, I never knew of this game until almost about a year ago, and I never even had a PSP growing up. I had a hand-me-down Game Boy Advance, and later in life I upgraded to a 3DS. I never did even have a DS as a kid. But this game has a lot of ties to World Race. You could say it was almost planned as an AcceleRacers game, and then it was quietly canceled and reworked. But these are all just purely coincidental. Basically, the developers, they were given this role to make a Hot Wheels video game, and they were giving nothing else. So they watched the movies, and they used those as inspiration, but not as to try to adapt them. I guess if you do want to be technical, there was an online Flash game, but I never played it. And there was another one on HotWheels.com that I remember, but these are no longer playable currently. But it seems like everything was going smooth here. Incredible die-cast cards, an awesome card game, and 5 incredible movies. How did this all end?
Who are you? What are you trying to hide?
Son, we need to talk.
Dad?
This is one of the coolest twists in children's media.
This isn't Inception.
This is just another reason that the show is awesome still to this day. Throughout the series, we see this character who was Vert's father, Jack Wheeler. He goes away constantly because his squadron is always shipping out. So once it's revealed that he actually is this, it comes out of nowhere. But it still makes total sense. Now you're all probably dying to know.
What happens next? Well? Wait, where are you going? Wait! What happens next?
Sadly, Hot Wheels AcceleRacers was canned. There never was an AcceleRacers 5 or a continuation. The story that was left in the Ultimate Race was never given a proper finish. There was plans, however. Throughout the years, little by little, these scrapped plans have been revealed. There was actually going to be another 4 more movies planned, along with a new way that the series would evolve. Let's just break this down. Some guy said that he messaged the AcceleRacers director on Reddit, just expressing his love of the series. And in response, this is what he got. Yes, that's me. Glad you liked the show. It was a lot of fun to work on. There was a plan for 4 more movies, but Mattel canceled after the first 4. We were going to meet Porkchop's mom, Mama Chop, but that's all I can remember. I'm honestly conflicted about this. 4 more movies to finish off a series sounds incredible, but then that little voice whispers in my ear.
Horrible things are going to happen!
Listen, I would have loved this as a kid, but now I think I'm good, to be honest. The story that I continued in my head that me and my dad would constantly tweak and evolve, I just don't know if it would be satisfying after all of these years, even if it was to be revived. Also, Mama Chop sounds hilarious and great. I love the idea of this, mostly because with Porkchop's father dying, it would make for an interesting character, and how she dealt with that compared to Porkchop. I don't know, there can be some interesting stuff there. Or maybe she's the mother figure of all the Metal Maniacs. I'm just spitballing here, but there's a lot there that could have made a great character. Now, further evidence of the movie's continuing came about with some leaked toy prototypes. Oh boy. This is what makes me glad it never really continued. Not that this is a terrible idea of how cars would be able to transform and each driver would have weapons. I just don't see Hot Wheels anymore. The toys are cool, but just not my idea of how to properly continue the series. Later on, a lot of these ideas were repurposed for their next show, Battle Force 5.
Hot Wheels, Battle Force 5. Go! Hot Wheels, Battle Force 5.
I didn't like this, mostly because I was older and the show was more for children than AcceleRacers was. But it was also the concept too. It just wasn't Hot Wheels for me. It deviated way too far from what made me fall in love with the series to begin with. Now, this leads into the point of it being canned. This guy on Reddit also contacted someone who worked during all of when this was going down. And he responded by saying this. Well, glad to meet such a fan of AcceleRacers. Yeah, the Redacted was very fun to work on. I was in the middle of that whole project and worked on a lot of the story, so I can probably let you know quite a bit. Plus I redacted. But if you want to write anything, please do not use my name on stuff I tell you about because I do still redacted. Really, what happened is the marketing team changed right in the middle of the project, and they felt that it had become more popular than the Hot Wheels brand itself. So they were concerned about it killing Hot Wheels. In my honest opinion, I thought that was crap. They rotated marketing teams so much at Mattel, it killed so many good projects, and it proved to cause us a lot of frustration. But anyways, on the continuing story of AcceleRacers, we were exploring the options of transforming cars. Basically, all the stuff we designed and concepted ended up being used in Battle Force 5. I have an original storyboard I did for the evolution of the AcceleRacers that spawned the whole idea of transforming cars. It showed a car racing towards a canyon and transforms into a running robot suit that wraps around the driver and jumps the canyon. We even started working with Takara in Japan to help us with the transformation on the cars, the originator of Transformers. I have redacted a few patents at Mattel for the transformation stuff. Then the marketing team shut down AcceleRacers. I was assigned to work on Redacted. So about 1 year later, Mattel had me work on Battle Force 5 because most of the stuff that they were using for that show, I had designed originally for AcceleRacers. It was a ton of fun working on all that and some of my best career memories. Honestly, I get what Mattel was saying. What started off as sort of a story just about a Cars series slowly was evolving into something more than Hot Wheels. And this new series would have proved that. While from a money standpoint, it makes no sense, but from a marketing standpoint, it does. AcceleRacers was slowly becoming something bigger and better than Mattel's Hot Wheels franchise. so I can see from a marketing standpoint how it would make sense. So I guess that begs the question now, will AcceleRacers ever come back? I've often wondered, though, how it would be done. To be honest, I just can't ever see the movies continuing. If they did, that would probably be the biggest slap in the face for me. But I just don't see it happening. There was too long of a break, and it's just not lucrative enough in my opinion. At least, not yet. They need to slowly bring it back, and that's exactly what they're doing, it seems like. Hot Wheels Unleashed is the newest and the best Hot Wheels game that has ever come out. The way it controls and its online track design is amazing. But then, they did it. While not every car is here, the crossover came out of nowhere, blowing the lid off of more possible ways to return. And a few months later, that happened again. I remember this E3. This was a press conference bogged down by boring announcements and hardly anything to show from Xbox side of things. But this was a major highlight for me. I still have yet to play this DLC, but it looked incredibly fun. More and more small crossovers like this are needed. If more and more awareness is brought to the series, maybe Mattel would re-release some of the cars. I wouldn't want this to be a cheap thing, though. I would want this to be for collectors.
This is adult collectible, not a toy, though. Careful.
Mark the price up, say 10 or 15 bucks a car. Make them out of a durable material, though. Have the paint be super detailed. Perhaps maybe even do a 1:25 scale model of them. Subtle ways like this is how I imagine it could come back, if at all. I know when we brought JC on, his way of doing it was to do a comic series to continue the show, which is not a bad idea, honestly.
Like, it's already been almost 20 years. I doubt,
I'd say the only thing I want, really, is to bring it back subtly in a comic book fashion. I'd say start it off how it started in World Race. Is just go back to comics, do it small, put it in with the cars, and then see if it catches on again. And if it doesn't, well, you didn't spend $1 trillion on a movie. You just printed a couple of papers, and that was it,
Maybe even re-release the movies, too. Fans 4K'd them, and they had them on YouTube for the longest time. But then Mattel said no. I wasn't upset, mostly because I thought, oh, they're gonna do it themselves. Or give us maybe a 5-pack Blu-ray. But it's been a few years now since this happened, and not a word has come from Mattel. There needs to be a new way to watch these. Going to Internet Archive isn't ideal. And the DVDs are kind of expensive now. Mattel, put them on Netflix or some other streaming service where a whole new generation of kids could see them. And who knows, it might be surprising how popular it could get again. Now, let's talk about the live-action movie. Having been in production hell now for nearly 20 years, that's right, this was announced first back in 2003 and has gotten delay after delay after delay. New people coming and going, new writers, new directors. They just got new writers back in January, actually. It's gone from studio to studio, finally landing though with Bad Robot Productions and Warner Brothers Pictures. I have no idea where this could possibly go, because you have one guy's hands that could possibly get on it. J.J. Abrams. While he has produced every single movie except one that was from Bad Robot, The only good one I can say was 10 Cloverfield Lane. The Mission Impossible ones I don't really count since Tom Cruise always has the final say on those movies, but this just doesn't give me faith in the movie. Now, there's two ways that I've always thought this movie could be about. It could be a live-action adaptation of Highway 35 and AcceleRacers. Or it could be just a traditional car movie, like Days of Thunder, Need for Speed, or maybe the first Fast and Furious. I can see them mostly taking the easy way out, though, with a regular car movie. I'm fine with that. I'd like one of my childhood movies to be unscathed from people who think they know better than it.
And not just an actor, an entrepreneur, nay, an influencer!
He said the thing! He said the thing!
My name is Ong.
Greetings from Transylvania!
Honestly, I think if they tried to do a Highway 35 adaptation or an AcceleRacers adaptation, they would insert a lot of stupid drama. They would dumb the characters down and turn it more into maybe a Fast and Furious levels of stupidity. The budget I can see being blown way out of the water though. Mostly probably because they would want to cast big names. And you just can't do this. First of all, cast no names. This makes sense from a budgeting standpoint, but also from a character standpoint where they can act and look like the characters even more so. No Dwayne Johnson as Porkchop. The budget needs to be tiny, like 50 million, or even half of that. RRR proved you can do a long, great story with good CGI and sets on a budget of just 66 million. You need to keep the budget down with this movie if you're doing a Highway 35 adaptation. Because to be honest, this is a pretty niche thing. I don't know. I just don't see a good movie coming from this, whether it be an adaptation or not. But I would like to be proven wrong. We'll see. We'll see. But even with everything, with it being canned and forgotten by most, the love for this series still goes strong, down to this day. There are a ton of different ways this show has lived on, mostly due to fans. I remember this fan script for AcceleRacers 5, fittingly titled The Finish Line. I thought it was alright, just not what I would have done personally with the story. There's also this fan comic that's got some great artwork, especially with the car scenes. When I was reading it, I could easily imagine all the voices and the background music in my head. There's mods for existing video games like Distance that has AcceleRacers tracks. There's a fan game called Project AcceleRacers, and while it's detailed and I like the fact that there's the ability to switch tires, the gameplay is... let's just say it has a lot of work to go. I cannot control the cars in this game. The first turn that I always take, it just feels way too loose and not arcadey enough, which is exactly how I think that it should be. I can have a lot more fun with something like Unleashed because of the controls themselves. But there's a lot here that's still cool. The implementation of AcceleChargers, the cars, the detail of 1-to-1 on the racetracks. Fix the controls and you have an incredible game. There's also this amazing prequel movie that's being made by fans about the Fog Realm. So far about what's been shown, I am ecstatic for it and I cannot wait for it to come out. Please take your time with this. Us as fans, we can wait. When it comes to the more physical side of things, there's this guy who 3D prints and sells physical AcceleChargers. They are very, very cool and well detailed. There's a ton of repaints and fan custom car websites. They're mostly here if you don't want to pay the ha! But as for myself, I keep my excitement for the series going still just by stuff that reminds me of it. For instance, I briefly mentioned Hot Wheels Unleashed and how it did this crossover with some Highway 35 and AcceleRacers vehicles. I try to hop in for a few races once a month just to scratch that itch I get. And like I said, the gameplay is a lot of fun. A game though that I constantly played and was my game of the year in 2018 was an arcade racer called Onrush. I loved this. This was everything that Hot Wheels was to me. Crazy tracks and cool cars. On top of it, it had tight controls and a great online community. I sunk hours into this game, and I was still playing it well into 2021. But sadly, it just kind of slowly died off. It still has a really good single player, so if you can pick it up, I highly recommend it. On the movie side of things, there was 3 movies that was everything I ever wanted. The first one is obvious, Speed Racer. This came at the most perfect time in my life. It was too perfect. As I collected Hot Wheels more and more and discovered Highway 35 and AcceleRacers, Speed Racer was gearing up for release around the same time. Now, growing up, I never had cable or the internet, so I didn't discover it through that method. More so, the toys.
Go, Speed Racer! It's the Casa Crystal 5000 multi-size games track set with dangerous frozen curves. Rip the ice slick, race ahead, and leave the competition in the cold. Track set with one car, you put it together, batteries not included, other cars sold separately.
There was this crossover that Hot Wheels did with Speed Racer. I collected every single one of these cars, along with almost every single piece of merchandise that I could get my hands on for this. I never really knew about the anime or the movie that was coming. I thought Speed Racer was just another thing that was a part of Hot Wheels. And while I don't recall how I discovered the movie, maybe I saw a trailer for it somewhere in another movie, or maybe there was a promo in one of the toy packaging, but seeing Speed Racer in the theater, it was everything that I wanted in a movie. And it easily became my favorite movie of all time. Speed Racer was a lot like AcceleRacers. So my love for Hot Wheels fed into a greater appreciation for Speed Racer. It wasn't until years after the movie that I discovered the anime, the manga, and the comic books. I remember that I bought this metal Matchbox 5 limited edition. If you want to hear more about my thoughts on that movie, that was my first video that I ever did. Go check that out. The second movie that kept my appreciation up came a few years later. Steven Spielberg's Ready Player One. This was interesting. I remember the build-up for this because my dad actually read the book first and wouldn't stop recommending it to me. He was telling me all sorts of crazy stuff like how Kiryu Mechagodzilla fights Ultraman, there's X-Wings, there's TIE Fighters, there's the Millennium Falcon. The main character plays a part in War Games, the movie, and then that dude battles a wizard in a game of Joust. This was just right up my alley. The book was incredible, and with the movie announced a year later, by none other than Steven Spielberg himself directing, this was a recipe for an amazing movie. I couldn't have been more excited. But then the movie came out. In total, it was good. But if you read the book, it's just not that incredible of a story as the book is. But that's probably a video for another time. What I'm here to talk about, though, is the race. Regardless of what you think of the movie, the race is one of the coolest sequences I have ever seen in the theater. I would put it up there with the fight at the end of Avengers Endgame and the Speed Racer's ending. Everything in this race had my jaw to the floor. So much of this race reminded me of that little kid playing with his Hot Wheels. There was also all the different cameos from different cars, the A-Team van, the Batmobile, the Akira bike, and the F1 car from Pole Position. Every single second of this race still gets me excited, and it gets crazier and crazier. I mean, one minute all the cars are crashing into each other with chainsaw buzzsaws, then all of a sudden the train comes and it blows up. There's a big truck with the gas thing, giant ramps that are ramming and blowing explosions, and there's a T-Rex, there's King Kong. There's these big boulders that go and knock the cars out of the way, and there's explosions. I just love this race because it's what Hot Wheels was to me growing up. Crazy, over-the-top tracks and cool cars. I cannot praise this scene enough. The last movie, though, to really remind me about my love of Hot Wheels was Ford v Ferrari.
You ready? I was born ready, Mr. Shelby. Hit it.
Holy moly, I cannot recommend this movie enough. The story, the characters, the music, the editing, and the sound are a 10 out of 10. But the racing scenes are ecstatically fun. Unlike with Ready Player One or Speed Racer, this is 100% grounded in reality, but it's still just as exciting. The sound of the car's engines to the swooping cinematography and the tense feeling throughout the races, it never gets old to me. This just reminds me of that feeling that I felt watching Highway 35 as a kid. They made everything cool. All three of these movies did. Just like AcceleRacers and Highway 35. I honestly owe a lot to this series, just how it formed my love of movies and video games. Without it, who knows, I might not have liked Speed Racer or have gotten into video games. We never know. I honestly could go on and on about this series for hours.
Dude, we're too late.
Well, if I can help it.
Let's see if he really deserves it.
Hello?
Boss, he's at it again.
The guy who likes She-Hulk?
Mm-hmm. The very one.
Alright, bring him back. Well, time to go dig up my shovel.